Hey, Andrew, I know this is horribly last minute,
Hmm.
but could I drop a note to you that I wanted to get you to look over real quick?
Sure, not a problem. Send it to me in
Thanks.
Discord or whatever's easiest for you. 1 second. Actually, I need to step away for 1 second. I'm on mute. Okay. Sorry about that. Um, okay. Okay? I got your message. 1 second. Wow, that's really nice. Thank you, Vika. What do you want me
Yeah,
to do
I
with
know you
this?
said. Oh, I know that you said that you wanted to pick up game pretty much as soon as our meeting with Gandalf concluded. Um, and I wanted to let you know that Marigold's intent would actually be to pen that letter, possibly or potentially with Gandalf looking over her shoulder, very politely ask the man to seal it for her since she carries no signet ring. And then she's going to entrust it to Sheriff Boffin. Um, but she would be the last to leave the back of the Reeves office,
Okay.
if not dropped out sooner.
Okay. All right. We'll keep that in mind because actually, you're still in. Actually, let's get started here. You are still in the back room of the Hall of the Reeve. There we go. Um, Gandalf has just revealed the black speech on the letter to Elrond. You have begun to speculate why that is there and what it really means. When he turns to you, Zurich, and asks, "Is there something you wish to show me?"
Something I want to show you? I don't know what you mean.
He just smiles and gives you a wink. He says, "Something your father might have left you?"
What business of that is yours?
He leans back in his chair, takes a long draw from his pipe, and starts blowing smoke rings. Well, who do you think advised your father to leave that trinket for you?
Well, I can tell by the sound of your voice that it might be you.
Indeed, it was. Now, we are short on time, Master Dwarf. Do you have it?
Bah, you're so nosy. And he slides it across the table to him.
He looks at it, but does not touch it. Interesting. It is not quite what I expected. second. Oops. I'm going to turn the music down the list a little bit here. It's loud. Oops. There we go. Woo. He sits back again, takes another long draw from his pipe as he just stops and looks at it and looks back at you, sir, and says, "What do you know of this amulet?"
Only what I read in the letter.
May I see the letter?
There it is. It's on the table.
He takes a quick glance through the letter, all the while puffing away on his pipe. In the meantime, the rest of you are kind of just standing around watching him do this. Jari is still out in the main hall, waiting for you to all return. Is there anything any of you would like to say at this point to Gandalf or to anyone else?
Is Matthew Mugwort in the other room as well?
No, that's the gallery. The people who are witnessing your trial have all pretty much been escorted out, except for Jari, who is in the main hall waiting for you guys to come out.
Okay.
Who else is in the room? It's just us and Gandalf?
That's correct.
Okay.
I suppose now would be my chance to ask someone for pen, paper, and sealing wax.
I think I might have a cartography or calligraphy kit that would have stuff like that.
Would not our hosts be able to provide some?
Well, I'm sure there are some sheafs of paper and ink and whatnot in the Hall of the Reeve. It is a place of justice, after all. But unless you start rummaging through drawers or whatnot in this room, nothing is apparent.
Let me just double check my inventory.
I'm sorry, Andrew, but you just threatened a hobbit with a good time. It is religion.
What? What did I do?
I open a drawer.
Oh, I don't actually have. I chose herbalism kit instead of calligraphy supplies, so no, I don't have the. I could.
An elf who can't heal and can't write.
I can write. I just don't have the kit with me. I have a journal though. I could tear a piece of paper out of my journal for you.
In the meantime, while the rest of you are trying to find Marigold, a piece of paper upon which to write her letter, Gandalf places both letters in front of him on the table. The amulet still lies in front of him. He has not touched it. So, tell me, as he places a finger on the letter from the messenger, how did you come to be in possession of this letter? And he looks directly at you, Dirk.
Well, I happened to be waiting for a barrel of ale to float down the river and noticed downstream a raft of some sort with these black feathered arrows sticking into it and a very wounded woman that we believe, actually, she's been unconscious. I don't think we know what her name is officially, but managed to try to staunch the flow of her blood, and she kept on saying in her fevered state, "Bree Imladrith." And since Bree was where we were trying to go, my cousin and I and other cousin Hobbit put her in the back of the wagon and got here as quickly as we could.
He
She had
leans.
that. She
Sorry,
had
go
the
ahead.
map case on her.
He leans in close to you, his breath smelling like tobacco. You are sure those are the words she spoke? Bree Imladris.
I swear, sir. Don't turn me into something unnatural.
I can back him up. She said the same to me when I spoke to her.
You can see the gears turning in Gandalf's head as he kind of puffs away on his pipe. Is there anything else any of you would like to tell me?
Oh, I'm feeling pretty intimidated. I might have to sort of shake my wrist and let the stiletto come out.
You pull the stiletto out. Okay. He
She
looks
was
at that.
carrying this.
He holds his hand out as if to take it from you, if you would give it to him.
He's Gandalf. What am I going to do?
Did you pull up it again to begin with?
He takes it, holds it in his hand, looks at it from various angles, and places it on the table with everything else. And is there anything else?
Were you aware of the details of the trial that just completed? Were you listening in?
I did indeed hear the ongoings of the trial. It sounds like you Khalil, found yourself in a wee bit of trouble. I dare say your father would not be too pleased.
Well, he didn't want me to leave on this journey to begin with, but Elrond gave me the command, and so I go.
And what command would that have been?
To find the message and the messenger.
I see, and that is why you are in the company of a ranger.
Yes. He was assigned as my guardian. She says reluctantly.
And you, my good sir, and he looks directly at you, Mython. I know many rangers of the north, but I do not believe I've crossed paths with you yet. What is your name?
I am Mython.
And were you present when Eucalia killed that unfortunate man in the stables?
He absently puts his hand up to the ear that the arrow whisked past so quickly, and then nods acknowledgement.
I see. And you did not think to perhaps curtail Eucaliel's actions?
The thing is that Mython didn't actually know. Yeah, I'll say I had my back to her while facing her target. I was not aware of her intentions until the arrow slipped past my head.
And leans back a bit.
Eucaliel just speaks up and says, "Why am I receiving judgment here? The man had drawn a blade against a defenseless person, a person I was sent to find.
Do you know who that man was? The man who
No,
lies
but
dead in the
he
stables of the prancing pony at this very moment.
I do not know who he was, but he appeared to have some sort of kinship of appearance.
Some kind of dark force on him, sir. I felt like a cat that's lost one of its 9 lives.
A dark force, you say?
And Mython will he will add to that, is like, if you were at the trial or heard of its proceedings, you'll know that he was warned twice to lower his weapon and ignored both warnings.
I did, in fact, hear that. But the fact remains that you have slain a servant of Saruman the White. And there will be questions to be answered, if not by the Reeve of Bree, then certainly by my master.
Messenger was also one of his servants. Why would one of his servants raise a blade against the other?
Are you certain he raised a blade against her and was simply not trying to protect her and retrieve the message for himself?
Trying to remember here. I know that he was standing above her in the cart, and I believe that it was described that he had the sword pointed down at her.
No, he
Or
had
am
the
I
sword.
just
You're remembering that perhaps a little incorrectly. He did
Okay.
draw the blade on Mython in the alleyway. Ran towards the cart with the blade out. As soon as he got to the cart, he threw back the blanket that was covering the lady, and just at that moment, that's when he struck him with the arrow.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, then Eucaliel will just say, I didn't know of his intentions, but he was wielding a blade that he refused to drop, and I couldn't risk him doing any harm to her. I didn't mean to kill him. Apparently, my shot is just a little bit more precise than expected.
Well,
Sir, has anyone actually looked at his body yet?
That is a weird humble brag.
Yeah. I meant to distract him. I didn't mean to stop his heart.
I would say your aim was a little off if you were aiming for his shoulder.
That's what I'm saying. My aim was a little bit off.
indeed, that is an unfortunate circumstance.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Mython will just in a soft voice. He's not whispering. He's not trying to go unnoticed. But he's perhaps it was the allies standing between you and your target that threw you off.
Yeah, I was trying not to hit Mython.
But the way he says it, it's not he's not necessarily making an excuse for you. He's you shot at the dude when I was standing right there.
Yeah.
So, it seems we have a little bit of a situation. I would ask that you, and he looks across the room, across the table at all of you, ensure the safety of that young lady who lies struggling for her life at the Inn of the Prancing Pony. Ensure she recovers, and upon her recovery, escort her to Rivendell, where I will meet you in 1 month.
Understood.
He looks directly at you, Eucaliel, and says, Saruman is a wise man, but he is not known or his mercy. I will try to explain to him the situation in which you found yourself in the unfortunate circumstances that resulted. But there still may be a price to pay.
I thank you for your efforts, Gandalf.
Then he turns to you, Marigold and Goldie. I understand there has been trouble amongst your relatives. He looks at you, Goldie. And within Buckland itself, as he turns to you, Marigold. What are your intentions? Will you return to the Shire?
I'd like to know that my brother's fine, but at the same time, if I can help somehow, I'd like to do that too. I'm small and no one, but I am ready and I think I can be helpful. Probably more going around than going back home and doing nothing.
When you say this, you see his face soften quite visibly, and he smiles at you and bends down and says, "You may indeed be small, but you are certainly not insignificant. Your brother is missing. And I dare say that you might be the one meant to find him."
At least I'll be the one trying to help the ones who'll find them.
Indeed. He turns to you, Marigold, and says, "And what of you, Marigold? Will you return to Buckland and see to your apiary and your parents?"
Marigold is gonna lean over to Goldie and throw an arm and hold her shoulders and just kind of do that over the shoulder backwards hug just to reassure her and whisper to her that we're going to find him. And a little bit more loudly, no other hobbits are going to lose their homes. I don't know how, but we can't let this happen to other people.
A look of concern crosses Gandalf's face, a slight frown. And he looks upon you, Marigold, and says, "Whoever attacked your home was searching for the very box that was delivered to Zurich. They know who you are, and they will be hunting for you. I do not feel it is safe for you to return home. Not just yet."
Well, I'm not alone, and I have friends.
Indeed. And he looks upon all of you and says, "There is still much to do here in Bree. I feel the reappearance of this box, this amulet, this letter, the messenger, the very fact that she had business here in Bree is not coincidence." He narrows his eyes for a moment and looks back at you, Zurich, and says, "The head that was found by the east gate.
That was my midnight visitor. Much to his dismay, but he certainly did me a favor.
Tell me, what happened when he visited you? What did he say exactly?
Zurich will look over his shoulders, and he'll get up close to Gandalf and say, "He tipped me off that they're out to get me."
Who is they?
I don't know, he didn't say. But I think it has something to do with this amulet in this letter, which I found out about later.
Indeed, it most certainly does. You must keep that amulet and that letter safe. Tell nobody about it. With that, he stands up and is to his full height, and he seems much taller than any of you remember him to be. As he strides to the door, is ensure nobody knows of that amulet. And he opens the door, and in spills Jari, listening at the door. He picks up Jari by the scruff of the neck and kind of plops him into the room and closes the door behind him and says, "It would seem you have a friend."
I don't know if I'd call him that.
He twirls Jari around, plants a finger in his chest, and says, "You, Master Dwarf, will ensure the safety of Zurich, and if you do not, I may just happen to turn you into something a little unnatural." He just kind of gives you a wink, Turk, as he says that. Jari is just not saying a word.
I don't need that charlatan looking out for me.
Indeed, Zurich, I am sure you do not. Unfortunately, this dwarf knows far more than he likely should. And for that, his fate is intertwined with yours.
So you're saying I can trust him?
He kind of
Wouldn't go that
leans
far.
back and takes a puff and says, "Yeah, exactly."
Zurich will walk over in front of Jari and puff out his chest and get nose to nose with him and size him up. And then he'll take a step back and present his hand. See if Jari will take it.
Jari vigorously takes your hand and shakes it madly up and down and says, "Of course, you have nothing to worry about. I am your humble servant. No, not servant, sorry. Friend. I'm your friend. Till the end. No secret of yours shall ever escape my lips. Nope."
Well, don't go that far, but we'll make a go of it. That's all Zurich will say.
So with Gandalf now standing at the door, he looks upon all of you and says, "Is there anything else you wish to tell me before I leave?"
I have a question, and this is an Anna question. My notes are a little not great from last session because I wasn't much there. Wasn't the description of the person that destroyed Marigold's house the same description as the guy that is laying dead in the wagon?
That's what
Yeah,
you
that's
recall.
right.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what Ruby said.
Then I am going to, without letting go of Marigold, I am going to look at Gandalf about like this. How many people are dressed like them? Because someone who looked exactly like the dead person who works for Saruman chased us, scared the living shit out of us, and someone who also fits a description, destroyed Miracle's house.
Indeed, these are things I must look into myself. I have business to attend to the north. What Saruman has written in his letter disturbs me, and there are things I must investigate. I will have, hopefully, more answers for you when we meet again in Rivendell.
Before you go, Gandalf, there was an item that. Oh, hang on. Before I actually say that, I'm trying to decide whether or not I think he's going to take that sword away from us if I mention it.
Yeah, Zorik had the same idea. He was going to try to
Yeah,
catch
because
Mython's attention and say, mount the sword. Do we mention it?
okay, then I won't mention it. We'll figure out what that sword does on our own, because I don't want him to take it away.
You want to withhold information from the wizard.
Do you want that fancy schmancy sword?
I mean, it would be nice, but I don't know if Mython is cool with keeping it secret like that.
Probably already knows.
Well, that too. I mean, he is a wizard.
I guess I will look to Mython and then pointedly glance over at Zurich, because he's the one who currently has the sword. And give Mython a questioning look, as in, should we say something about this?
Well, Mython is going to be the honest one, and he is going to, before we are dismissed, he will...
Because I was going to ask him to, tell us what it, identify it for us.
Yeah. Mython will say, there is one thing before we part ways, Master. Yeah, he'll call him Gandalf, even though he probably also knows his elven name. Yeah, he'll say, there's one more thing before we part ways, Master Gandalf.
That is?
We found this on the dead man. And then he will indicate to... it's actually in Zurich's possession right now, right? He's the one who's holding it? Or is...
Yeah, I sort of have it in my armpit, and I can just kind of open my cloak and show it.
Okay, yeah. He'll gesture for you to show it to the wizard.
I will.
Okay. That's what the sword looks like.
Oh, nice.
Wait, where did it pop up? Where was the pop up?
It's in the journal in alchemy.
Oh, okay.
If you actually click on it, it'll make it a little bigger so I can see it.
Okay,
better.
cool.
Ooh,
next.
He looks at it. And where did you find this blade?
In possession of the dead man.
Are you certain of this?
Fairly, he drew it in front of me. I was standing mere feet from him.
This is a blade forged from the first age. This is Tulara, Dawnbringer. It belonged to a fellow ranger. I'm curious how it ended up in the hands of a servant of Saruman.
So am I.
Could you put the spelling in the
Sure.
In the journal for the sword?
Hold on 1 second. I'll just have to find it because it has an accent in it, so I have to cut and paste it.
Well, Mr. Gandalf, while you're doing that, could you tell me why a servant of Saruman would be able to cause the injuries that he's caused? How do I describe a shadow point? other than to say, how I've been articulating it, being losing the life like a cat, one of a cat's lives.
A shadow point can be gained from any source of dread, something that basically scares the bejesus out of you. Doesn't necessarily have to be evil or relate to the enemy. It could just be a source. It just could ignite something. It could be a catalyst that causes something that's already inside of you to appear. But when you ask him this, Gandalf says, I do not know, Master Hobbit, but I do intend to find out. He passes the sword back to you, Mython. This sword belonged to a Dunedain that many here in Bree know as Terrimac. I'll type that out here. But his real name is Malor.
Would Mython know Malor?
Yes, you do know. You have heard of Malor and Terrimac. He is tasked with patrolling the area around Bree and Chetwood, mainly.
And last Mython knew he was still alive, yes?
Yes. If a Dunedain is killed or missing, then it spreads pretty quickly, that news.
Okay. So he has not heard news of Malor's demise, so he... Okay, that... Interesting.
That means that he's probably died recently.
He's either died recently or somehow this fellow stole the blade from him without his becoming aware of it, or at least not right away. Which is pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, I highly doubt that.
We can't rule out that we can't rule out the possibilities until we know for sure.
True.
You see,
right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say he'll take the sword and hang it on his belt.
Gandalf has a very concerned look on his face now. It says, I feel the stirrings of the enemy all about us. It is odd. A ranger's sword, a would-be assassin's head, the arrival of the messenger, and these messages, and your amulet. You have much work to do here in Bree. But do not tarry. Your first priority is the protection of that messenger and to bring her safely to Rivendell. Is that understood?
Yeah. Our task won't be completed when we arrive in Rivendell, though. Correct? I say for no reason whatsoever.
Perhaps. And he looks back at you, Zurich, and says, keep in mind what I said, Master Dwarf. Nobody should know of this enemy.
Aye. And then I'll glare at Jari as I reply to Gandalf. Give him a serious side eye. Did you catch that?
Not a word. Not for me. I do not want to be turned into anything unnatural.
Zork will nod.
All right. Then he takes Gandalf. Sorry. Yes. Go ahead.
Master Gandalf, if we hobbits are going to be looking for our cousin, our missing cousin. What can we expect out there? And I don't know if I have the black arrows on me, but maybe they were part of evidence that was brought in.
Mhm.
Who shot these black arrows? Whose arrows are these?
He looks at them and then looks back at you and says, "These are arrows not from these parts. Men from the south. Evil men. Be careful, young hobbits. Do not stray far from your companions. There's mischief afoot and great danger. In a month, then, in Rivendell."
We'll see you then.
All right. Gandalf bows and leaves.
Mr. Gandalf, sir.
Yes.
Intentionally waiting for that moment. For another pinch of Longbottom, could I ask your counsel, sir?
He smiles at you very warmly and says, "Of course, Miracle."
So Marigold will go rummaging around in her bag, and find a snuff tin with some Longbottom in it, and pass it to him, and then and just explain, I don't know what to tell my mother and father. I want to write them a letter. Could you look over it just to make sure that nothing you don't want known goes out, sir?
He takes the long bottom that you offer him, tucks it into his pouch and taps it gently and gives you a warm smile. "Oh, that would be very nice for the long road ahead of me. But, this letter from you to your parents, that is a private matter. Surely I cannot or should not intervene there. What you say to your parents is from your heart and meant for your parents alone. Trust that and you cannot go wrong."
Well, thank you, sir. Could I bother you then to at least linger long enough to seal it? I don't have a signet of my own.
He smiles at you, looks around the room, walks over to a candle that's burning, kind of drips some of the wax onto your letter, and then just takes that back of his pipe and seals it that way. So there you go, Miracle. That will do nicely. Now, sir,
Thank you, sir.
smiles and pats the pouch that contains the long bottom leaf that you just gave him and says, "No, thank you, Marigold. Now I have a long road ahead of me, and you have much to do here. 1 month, Rivendell. Do not be late." And he leaves. So at this point, from a mechanic's perspective, since you all have a similar kind of goal in mind and you're all been tasked to move to get your butts to Rivendell with the messenger lady and within a month, you are now a fellowship with Gandalf as your patron. Now, fellowship allows a pool of dice that's available to all of you that allows you to re-roll a die after the first one has been rolled. It's kind of like a form of advantage. But once that fellowship die has been used, it's gone and cannot be replaced or refreshed until you have your fellowship phase, which could be many, 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 many sessions away. Right, so they can get burned up very quickly. You will have 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 6 of you, and since Gandalf is your patron, you get 2 extra. So you'll have 8 fellowship points. The way fellowship points also work is that it has to be consensus. No one person can arbitrarily decide for themselves to use a fellowship at any point in time. It has to be agreed upon by the entire fellowship. Okay. Any questions around the fellowship dice?
So, for instance, when I absolutely failed with trying to sneak the card out of the stables, using a fellowship point would allow what, a reroll?
Yes.
Just a flat reroll, or a
Yep.
roll with advantage, or
Nope, just a flat reroll.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious. Yeah.
All right. All right. So now you are left in this room. Jari approaches you, Zurich, just kind of in a hushed voice, kind of leans in and whispers, "Now, I didn't want to say anything in front of that wizard. Wizards kind of give me the spooks, but you remember what I said earlier before about a buried treasure nearby? Well, I believe it might have something to do with some of the things that are going on around here. And perhaps much to do with that amulet of yours."
Well, what exactly do you mean?
We see the treasure that I am after was buried here. Oh, must have been at least 40, 50, perhaps even longer years ago by a dwarf from Harmelt. I was there the day that the gift was delivered to us from this messenger, and that messenger was, or not messenger, this, I don't know what you would call him, but he was an emissary, where he offered the gift to the dwarves of Harmelt. Very frightening fellow. Not one I would like to meet again. But soon afterwards, a band of dwarves left Harmelt, struck out to the Misty Mountains, apparently never made it, and along the way, vanished somewhere around Bree. In their possession, maybe some clues that may shed some light upon the treasure you now hold in your possession, as well as perhaps your father.
Zark will stroke his beard and look around at his companions, as if to say, "Are you buying this story?"
I've been around these parts. Bree's a pretty big bullseye to try to find something if you don't have something a little bit more than just in the area of Bree.
Oh, I know exactly where I'm going. It's all up here. Don't you worry. But I am just a single dwarf by myself here in Bree. And now I am a member of this wondrous fellowship.
Adjunct member.
A member nonetheless.
Does that mean we have
Well-
an extra fellowship point?
No, you do not.
Well, we'll take that into consideration.
Consider
We've got a lot to consider at this point in terms of our the ones we care about, those out to get us, Not so sure we should be chasing treasure at the moment, although I would love to. There might be other more pressing matters. And Zurich will look to the group to see what exactly, what MacGuffin we want to go chasing at the moment.
Indeed, you have a few in front of you now. You have the missing brother. You have the mystery of the severed head. You have the missing ranger. Owns his sword. And you're also meant to protect the messenger who lays recovering at the inn of the Prancing Pony. Ruby Boffin, as Ruby Boffin is also expecting to escort the hobbits back to the Shire.
And Jari's telling us stories of hidden treasure.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know that when Mython and I came from Rivendell to Bree, we were clearly traveling faster than what this group can travel. But, would I know about how much time it would normally take, like, a slower moving group to get from Bree to Rivendell so that we know, like, how much time we have to hang around?
You can expect it to take about a week.
Okay. So we've got about 3 weeks to goof
Sounds
around while the messenger heals.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Turk.
What season is it? Is it a
Midsummer.
rainy season? Is it
Yeah, it's
winter?
summer.
Summer. So dry roads. We should be able to make half decent time then.
Yep. Well, what do we want to approach first? And also, we probably can't just use the Reeves office forever for our planning. So perhaps, what do we tell Sheriff Boffin?
I think I want to talk to her.
We're probably going to have to talk to her because she's waiting outside of this building for you.
Yeah.
You could perhaps say that you hired us to help you look, and therefore you are safe enough not to have to return to the Shire?
I think she seemed like a smart enough person to know that hobbits don't have that kind of money. You guys are quite impressive, if I'm honest. But I think a part of the truth will suffice. I don't know about Miracle, but maybe I'd like to talk to her alone. She knows you, she's seen you, she knows I'll be safe. Yeah.
All right. Well, as you are making your deliberations and trying to figure out your next move, you do hear a soft knock on the door. You see a young man open the door. He's the young man who brought the head into the inn the previous night. probably the youngest watcher in Bree, warden in Bree, sorry. He's like, excuse me, good people, but the Reeve has asked that you leave the premises now that your business here has concluded.
We were just going.
Indeed, I'm sure you were. Excuse me for the interruption, please. And he kind of opens the door wide and allows you to pass through and exit the building.
Yep. I will march out first.
I don't remember if I certainly didn't have time. I don't think any of us had time to look for any clues on the dead body. Is that beyond our scope right now? Our ability to...
You don't know. As far as the last you heard was what Gandalf says, that the body's still laying at the stables.
Ah, well, and so is Ted and our cart.
Yeah. I had Fandale watching the body overnight.
Yep.
I think I actually say that in character. If people are like, are we gonna go check out the body? I'll just be like, I had Fandale watching the body overnight. And you're just like, huh? Who's Fandale?
As you exit the Hall of the Reeve and you enter the streets of Bree, you hear a psst. Valmir, get over here. And you see Matthew Mugwort trying to catch your attention, Turk.
I shall say, I'll catch up with you at the stables. And I'll go off to the side and talk to Matthew.
You just
Master
hear him.
Mugwort.
He kind of looks around, make sure nobody else is in earshot. Jerry is kind of torn between staying in step with Zurich and lingering to overhear the conversation. But he moves along, so you two are alone now. And Valmir leans into you, Turk. So you here? You here for the treasure then? You came back.
Sure. That must be it.
You know where it is then.
Well, I got hit on the head by that fellow, and my memory's kind of shook up right now. So maybe you can remind me.
Takes a step back and looks at you and frowns. What the hell do you mean? I don't know where the blasted treasure is. That's why I'm asking you. If I knew where the treasure was, I'd have gotten it myself, and we wouldn't be living in this little piss pot of a town. So,
you're telling me that you would have got it yourself? Without me?
No. That's not what I meant. It's just, you went up and disappeared. I had no idea where you went. So, God bless you, Valmir. You are just as I remember you. But, you do know where it is, though.
Oh, keep going, please. Sorry.
He's just waiting for you to respond. You do know where it is, though.
First, how do
you
I
had the
know?
map.
First, how do I know I can trust you? Why don't you tell me something that only I would know?
How many nights have we smoked weed on the banks of the Brandywine River? Dreaming of our future. Exactly, too many. Sharing stories of all the adventures to be had beyond the borders of Buckland and the Shire. We had grand dreams and designs then.
Do I detect a whiff of alcohol or weed on him right now?
Make
Is he
a
old? Is he older than me?
oh, definitely, definitely old.
Okay.
Like he's old enough to be your father, kind of thing. Make a perception or insight check for me, please. Yeah. No, at this point in time, it's you had your trial first thing in the morning, and it lasted maybe a couple of hours, so it's still like late hours in the morning. It doesn't look like he's gotten into the drink just yet. He seems pretty. He seems to have his wits about him.
So what about the rest of the crew?
Oh, I don't know where they've gone off to. Haven't seen or heard anything from Gorlank in years. But I thought the rest of you just off and left me here in Bree and took the treasure for yourselves. But here you are, standing in front of me, and the treasure is still there, of course.
Do you think maybe I might have come back just for you?
What do you mean by that?
You know.
What? Gorlank?
Yes.
I have no idea where that dwarf went to.
end? I'm sorry.
I have no idea where that dwarf went. As far as I know, he's off in the Misty Mountains or beyond now. Maybe even as far as Erebor, who knows?
So how did that end exactly then? I don't remember.
Well, Gorlank. Off he went with a treasure, buried it off someplace, and made sure it was safe and sound, while the rest of us covered his tracks. You're there. Why are you asking me? You're the one who made the map.
I probably had too much pipeweed.
Probably. But you do have the map still. And even if Gorlank has gone off to seek greater treasures in the east, the treasure is still there.
We can only hope.
He kind of narrows his eyes and he looks at you. You're not thinking of getting the treasure for yourself now, are you?
Now, why would you say that?
I don't know.
Came back for you. I came back for you.
There's a different air about you. Can't quite place my finger on it, but
It's this new long bottom leaf. You want to try some?
Can you make a persuasion, actually deception roll for me, please?
Oh no.
Okay.
Lucky 13.
He holds his hand out for the long bottom leaf.
And I give him some.
Yes.
I'll have to check that off.
He snatches it from your hands. I'll be waiting for you at the Prancing Pony. Don't get any fresh thoughts of going for that treasure on your own. I'll be keeping my eye on you. You won't be disappearing on me for another 30 years.
Prancing Pony it is. We're heading sort of that way right now.
And he looked over at your friends, the rest of the fellowship, who has walked on ahead of you towards who have probably arrived at the Prancing Pony already. It's not that far away. Who are they? Your new crew?
Some of them.
They're not getting any of the treasure, though. They have nothing to do with the treasure. The treasure's ours.
Well, things are always up for negotiation.
You're strange. You're strange, family. You have changed. And not for the better. These years have not been kind to you. Just takes the long bottom leaves and heads back towards the pony. Do you follow him or do you give him some space?
Is he muttering to himself?
Oh, he's already started smoking the long bottom leaf that you gave him.
So was I party to the discussion at all with regard to Jari talking about the treasure?
You were all in the room, yeah, and yeah.
Okay, so let's go to the stables.
Okay, so the rest of you are walking ahead, with Turk kind of hanging back, talking to Mr. Mugwort. What would you like to do?
Do we
Should we
see
go check
Ruby
on?
anywhere outside the building?
Sorry, who are you looking for?
Ruby? Or did she say she was waiting at the Prancing Pony? I thought she was outside the Reeves Hall.
She is kind of loitering a little further up the street, but yeah, she does see you exit the building, and as soon as she does so, she approaches you.
I was gonna say, if I see her, I'll go straight there.
All right. So she stands before you. Says, "So, shall we make for the Shire? If we hurry, we should be there by in a couple of days."
Sheriff, if I go back home with you, I'm not gonna be able to help. I'm not gonna be able to do anything. I'm just gonna sit idle, doing nothing. But with this group, I have the chance to do something, to find them. I am not a child anymore, even though my parents and everyone believe I am. And I don't want to feel useless just sitting at home and worrying. You understand? I need to do something.
Can you make a persuasion check for me, please?
Maybe. That's not it. Nope.
He just lets out a bit of a sigh and says, "I would feel the same way if I were in your shoes. And I can see it in you. You would make a fine sheriff yourself one day, perhaps. But my priorities are clear. I'm to bring you home, as well as Marigold. And
Your
leave...
priority. Sorry.
Oh, and leave the searching for your brother to me, and those who perhaps at this moment in time anyway are maybe a little bit more capable."
That should be your priority, not to take me home. Or Marigold by that case. You should be out there searching for him, not here waiting for me. I am fine. You can go home and tell that to my parents and my brothers. You'll have to take me screaming. I'm not going.
And is that your final answer then?
Yeah. Tell them I'm fine. Tell them I'll find them.
Ruby turns to Marigold and says, "And what of you, Marigold? Are you as dead set as Goldie and staying?"
Miss, I've got my cousins here, and if I'm not with them, there'll be one less of us. I can't let them go ahead alone. And I'll hand out a folded letter, stamped and sealed. Please get this to my mother and father. I know you have to do your duties and you have your job, but I
Can
can't let anything like what happened to my family happen to anyone else in in Buckland or the Shire.
can you make a persuasion check for me, please?
Sure.
Wow. Nice.
Again. What is it with me in these low rolls? It's like the one thing I'm good at.
She reluctantly takes the letter from you and looks past your shoulder and past your group towards Turk, who is still in a hushed conversation with Matthew Mugward. I'm not so sure you can rely on that one so much.
That mugwort, I'm telling you.
But then she looks at the rest of your group, the elf and the ranger particularly, and glances at the dwarf and says, "These ones I do not know, but they do seem capable. Although I do not know how trustworthy they are. I am indeed torn. Both of your parents will give me a right scolding for leaving you here in Bree.
They'll understand. They'll know.
We'll find your brother then, Goldie, and bring him home.
I will.
And hopefully that will be the end of that adventure. We can all get on with our lives.
We'll get in
I-
contact as often as we can.
Is there anything you wish to relay to your parents? A message?
Tell them that they raised me right and I'll do the right thing.
I doubt they'll see the logic in that, but I'll tell them nonetheless. Be safe and come back to the Shire, where you belong.
Yes, ma'am.
And she just looks back again at Turk and just starts shaking her head. And then turns and leaves. All right, so you're now standing outside the Inn of the Prancing Pony. Would you like to... What would you like to do now?
If nobody's looked at the dead man, shall we look for clues? Does he have any tattoos on him? Does he have any hidden pockets? Pocketsies?
So all of you head back into the stables to check out the corpse.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I was gonna go inside, but then I'm like, no, I don't mind because I need to ask Fandel some questions anyways.
All right. As you head back there, Fandel just kind of flies down and rests on your shoulder, Micalio.
Okay. I just ask him if he saw anything unusual over the night or if everything was fine.
The rest of you just hear this crow just give a... Is it crow or raven? Can't recall.
Raven.
Raven, thank you. So it's quite a large bird sitting on your shoulder then. This
Yeah.
let out this loud caw, but you understand it to mean, nope, nothing at all, just as hobbits watching over.
Okay. Nice. I offer him some of the like the trail mix that I keep for him. But not a whole bunch. He can hunt for himself.
Okay. You see at the
And
back.
I just let everybody know that Fandel says that no one disturbed the body overnight.
Okay. Nob and Bob are there to greet you. They look a little sheepish. And they approach you, and Bob says, "We're might sorry about all the fuss that was raised. The good Reeve thought that you were innocent enough, and of course we believe that he's correct. I do apologize for all the fuss that we might have raised the other night. We kept the body here. Not quite sure what to do with it. If you would like to take it away, that we would very much like that, because we do sleep on the other side of the stables, and it's making us a little uncomfortable. Not to mention the horses."
I know a place where we can take him.
Well, the graveyard is just out past the east gate.
Do you have some shovels that you could lend us?
Of course we do. And Nob runs back and brings back 2 shovels.
Now, they'd have to be spades, not manure shovels.
Yeah, he pulls out spades.
Okay, so I'll put them in the back of the cart. Shall we go?
We'd like those back, though. By the way, they are
Yeah,
property of
we'll
the
see.
inn.
We'll see. Maybe I'll take that out of your out of that silver that I passed you.
They kind of both look at each other. They look at the lot of you, and they say, "Of course. Yes. Good, innocent folk that you are."
Actually, I'm sure I would know where we could go to pick up any tools or anything, other provisions that we might need here in Bree.
Yeah, the stores are all, there are merchants all over the place. It's not a problem.
So why don't shall we take the body to the cemetery and while we have some privacy, have a good look for clues?
I
Everyone?
think before we take the body away, Gandalf's words have me a bit concerned. So I will just suggest that we wait a moment until I can see if the messenger is conscious and coherent enough to speak with us, because if they are related in any way, she has a right to make decisions about how he's disposed of. So,
That is, if they weren't antagonistic towards each other.
true. But I would rather ask first than find out after all of that heavy labor that she had other plans.
I
All
agree.
right.
Let's check on this strange messenger.
And Jory
But
pipes
feel
up,
free
"Yes, I
to
agree too."
examine. Feel free to stay with the cart if you'd like, or join me. I'm just gonna go in and ask the innkeeper what room she's staying in.
All right. So Caldiel goes in. Anyone else want to join her?
I'll also go in.
All right.
Yes, I mean, I've been with her from the beginning.
Python goes wherever she goes because
Yep.
that's his job.
We all tried to save her. So
Fandel stays out in the stables.
So who's Marigold?
Oh, no, I was going to follow them in too. There's something I want to talk to Betsy about.
Okay. And Zurich, you're going in?
Correct.
All right. And Zurich, wherever you go, Jari is going to. So he's like, so you all walk in, and you approach. There's Barnabas, the innkeeper, busy cleaning down tables, and Betsy taking orders. Even though it is late morning and the crowd is not busy yet, they are preparing the place, and the lunch crowd is starting to trickle in. They see you enter, and Barnabas approaches you and says, "Ah, good people. How? I am sorry about your lodgings the previous night. I was fully expecting you to be staying here at the inn. Of course, you have credit for a night stay here, should you choose to."
Thank you. What room is the messenger, the injured woman, staying in right now?
When you ask this, he just kind of goes, closes, just shuts up and kind of looks over at Betsy, and Betsy comes storming over. And you can tell she is not a happy camper. And she just...
Neither am I.
And she says, "You, a lot of you, who owns that cart out back? Who was the person who left that poor lady at death's doorstep the entire night without any attention? The poor lady almost died."
We asked that she be taken in as soon as we were taken into custody.
But before that, while a lot of you were sitting in here drinking, laughing, making merry, there's a poor lady out in the back dying. Who does that?
That's what I got the barber for. We came here to Bree to get the barber. Should we have come to you instead?
You do not leave a young lady dying in the back of your cart while you are in here making merry. That is just all sorts of wrong. So who, I'm asking now, cares for this young woman all of a sudden?
I do.
And why would that be?
Because I was sent here to do just that. As soon as I heard that she was in the stables, I went out to tend to her wounds. And that's when we were attacked.
She kind of leans in and looks at you. Yes. Nob did mention that you did tend to her wounds, so I'll grant you that. You might have actually saved her life. You can come up and visit her. The rest of you can stay here.
Python will step forward and say, "I go where the lady goes."
She stares dagger
And he says
at
that
you.
but he also says it in a voice that doesn't really broach any debate. Like he's like matter of factly, "I go where the lady goes."
Roll for
All right.
intimidation.
Yeah. This is going to be a contested intimidation roll.
I mean, I want you to win, but I also want to see her intimidating you.
All right.
Damn it.
Pretty high.
So she has a 19.
Oh.
All right. So she is not letting you get past her.
Well, I'm sorry, but this is actually a situation in which Maidon is just like, it doesn't matter what she does. Like, if she tries to stop him, he will politely push her, like, not like, he will brush her aside. And I mean, I assume, physically bigger and stronger than she
Yeah.
is. So
As you attempt to do that, though, you just feel a hand on your shoulder. And you look over, and it's Barnabas, her husband, looking at you and
Mhm.
just shaking his head.
And he's still like, he's not going to back down. He's like, it is my duty to escort the lady wherever she goes. I cannot do otherwise.
Zorak will step in and say to Barnabas, I'll vouch for him. The rest of us will stay here. It's important that he escorts the lady to see the stranger. I can vouch for him.
He's duty bound. Duty bound.
No threat, no harm.
Barnabas just looks over at Betsy, and Betsy's just saying, "Oh, fine. You can wait outside the door. Oh, but only she can come inside."
And I will pointedly say, that is acceptable, and like look at Maidon.
Yeah, he'll nod, and he will even apologize to the lady, but he will say, my apologies, madam. It is my duty, however.
Yes, whatever. And she just kind of marches up the stairs, expecting you to follow.
Mhm.
I do.
All right. She takes you to the second floor of the inn. Takes you to a room at the far end of the corridor, the quietest part of the inn. Quietly opens the door and puts a finger to her mouth as if to make sure you're quiet as you do so. Holds the door open for you, Khalil, to go in. And
Okay.
just, again, gives you daggers, Maidon, as she closes the door.
So is she entering with me, or did she just let me in and then close the door?
Oh, she's in there with you.
Okay. All right.
But she's standing at the door and allows you to enter.
Okay. Does it look like the messenger is conscious or sleeping?
At this point, it looks like she is asleep.
I will go over to the side of the bed and just, without touching her or anything, just kind of like make a cursory glance to see like whether there were other ministrations that were given to her after me.
Basically, it looks like she has been changed out of her clothing, first of all. And it does look like her wounds have been, at least the dressings have been changed and cleaned. And it looks like she's been cleaned up a lot. But aside from
Good.
that, it's been pretty minimal.
Okay. I will carefully pull a chair up to the side of the bed, and I'll kind of look over at Betsy and just say, "Do you mind if I try to wake her?"
She does need her rest.
I will only take a moment, and if she seems too tired to speak with me, I will leave her alone.
She reluctantly nods her head.
So I sit down in the chair, and I will sort of like lean forwards a bit and whisper the name that I was given of the messenger, Orla, I believe.
Mhm.
Yeah. I will just whisper her name and say, "Orla, please wake up. I need to speak to you."
You can tell as you lean in that she's still suffering from a bit of fever. But as you whisper her name in her ear, she does seem to acknowledge that, and she kind of turns her head back and forth a little bit. You can hear her half moan, half sigh as she kind of struggles with consciousness. She's awake, but you don't know how much she's actually hearing at this point.
Gotcha. Is there like a water basin on
Yes.
like a okay. I'll take like a cloth and put it in the water basin, wring it out a bit and like put it on her forehead, try to, you know, do some cursory cooling of her fever a little bit. Um and
As you place the cloth on her forehead to try and cool her down a bit, her hand immediately comes up and grabs your wrist, and her
mhm.
eyes open wide, and she just stares at you for a moment.
I don't mean to harm you. I was here to keep you safe. I
She
know you're
start
very sick, but I have a few questions.
she starts to look around the room a little frantic, but she's still too weak to even sit up.
Mhm.
But she whispers in a very hoarse voice in an accent that you've never heard before.
Mhm.
Where am I?
You're safe in the Prancing Pony and Bree.
She turns immediately and looks at you. Bree,
Yes.
are you Wintermoss?
Do I recognize that at all?
No.
Um, I will just shake my head and say, no, but I was sent from Imladris to find you.
She releases your wrist and kind of sinks back into her bed, closes her eyes. I will not talk to you.
That's fine, but I feel an obligation to share some information with you. There was a man who looked much like you who we believed was trying to do you harm. He has since died, but in case he is related to you, I wanted to ask if you have any wishes for his remains.
Who is this man? I traveled alone.
I do not know who he is. Unfortunately, weapons spoke faster than words in our interactions.
Then do what you will with him. He is no concern of mine.
Understood? We will be staying here and keeping an eye on you while you recover. And when you are healthy enough to travel, we will be escorting you to Imladris.
Very
I'm
well.
sorry I don't know this person that you wished to speak to, but those were my orders.
She just kind of rolls away from you and clearly indicating that she has nothing left to say to you.
I'm fine with it. I will go ahead and get up and turn back to Betsy and just say, I've asked what I came here to ask. We can leave her to her rest.
Betsy escorts you out of the room, and once you're back in the hallway, she leans into you and says, did I hear her correctly? Did she say Wintermoss?
Yes, do you know that name?
She's the schoolmistress. Why would she ask for her?
I don't know, but I intend to find out. Do you know where she lives?
She lives up the hill.
I'm sorry, I'm not a native of Bree. Can you give me a bit more information?
Look for the schoolhouse. She lives in a house attached to it.
Okay. Then I will go speak to her and find out why this unlending woman wishes to speak with your schoolmistress. Perhaps I can bring her here and observe the conversation, but that's for another time. Thank you. And I will kind of nod to Maidon and then go back out towards the stables.
Okay. While Eucaliel and Mathon were upstairs, Goldie and Marigold and Zurich, is there anything that you guys wanted to do?
Holding down the fort. I guess we were down in the common area while they went
Yeah.
upstairs.
Yeah,
Just
I
wait
was
for
gonna
their
pester
return.
Betsy, but I'll wait.
Okay, you'll wait for Betsy to return. All right. In the meantime,
Zurich will kind of soft shoe with was it Barnabas, the
Mhm.
the tavern owner?
Mhm.
If he's heard heard anything about the headless, the head found by the East Gate.
is no, that's a strange. We're not from Bree. No one knows him from Bree.
Are the authorities still investigating?
You know, the warden's here. No one's here to claim the body. Stranger gets murdered, or rather, just to
Brigands.
leave it to brigands.
Brigands along the road. Yeah, that's what I would think as well. Well, hump.
It's certainly getting much more dangerous these days.
Indeed.
Jari you just feel his elbow digging into your ribs for a second when he says this. And just leans in and says, "You know that treasure is just sitting out there waiting for you, of course, that's rightful owner, and maybe perhaps I can get a small share of it as a finder's fee. I am certain it holds the answers that to many of the mysteries that are unfolding about us.
Does it have legs?
I don't think so.
Then it's not going anywhere. It'll be there when we get there.
That's very wise of you, Master Zurich. I'll have to remember that one.
Barnabas, bring this dwarf an ice cube to put down his pants. He needs to cool off.
Barnes says gladly. Jari just is insistent there. He's still in your ear. He's saying, there's something that Wizard didn't tell you about that amulet. And I feel you have a right to know.
All right. Spell it out.
It's not what you think it is. And I have a feeling the wizard wants it for himself.
Ha! Okay, Jari. Do you think Gandalf wants it?
I don't trust wizards, nor do I trust rangers. Or elves, for that matter.
You trust dwarves?
Of course. But,
Well, then trust me. Sit tight. We'll get there. Is that all you have to tell me about the amulet, or is there more? And by the way, we're not saying that word anymore. We'll call it the thing.
Ah, the thing. Yes, the thing. Well, I do have more to say about the thing, but perhaps we can do it in a much more private environment as he looks at the hobbits that are surrounding you.
That's the brightest thing you've said all day.
So, and you can see he's just he's itching, he's bubbling to tell you something, but he's just like biting his tongue to keep it to himself. In the meantime, Eucalil and Mython are escorted back downstairs with by Betsy. So you're all back in the common room of the Dancing Pony.
Once we get back down there, I will kind of like quietly share with everyone. The messenger doesn't seem to be concerned with the man. She doesn't seem to know who he is, or she's not talking to me about it. But either way, she said, do with him as we wish. However, we did get another clue. Apparently, she was expecting to meet someone here in Bree.
Who would that be?
Apparently the schoolmistress. So
That's very strange.
yes. So we should definitely take care of the cemetery business as quickly as possible and make a visit to the school before rumor spreads that the schoolmistress is being sought after. And I just kind of like look around to see like where Betsy is. I'm just like, I'm sure she's a nice person, but I can't be sure she's not a gossip. So I'm just like,
Upon arriving back in the common area, she's gone back to serving tables.
Gotcha.
Zurk, you will know, having lived in Bree for some time, that the graveyard is out past the east gate. It's not as close as people might think. It's actually a good couple of hours outside of town. People generally in town don't want a graveyard right outside of town.
Yeah.
So you have to travel along the east road for a little bit, and it's on the south side, just across from the Chetwood.
I will share that information back with you, Khalil.
Do we perhaps want to, heavens forbid, split into two groups? People who want to do any manual labor of burying a body can head to the cemetery, and those who are not necessarily strong can go to the school.
And that's how the fellowship fell apart.
Yeah.
The breaking of the fellowship.
Yeah.
Last one sentence.
Already.
You muted.
You're
Turk.
muted.
Does Jari ever go to the washroom?
Surprisingly, not while Zurk is around.
So when Zurich needs to go to the washroom, what does Jari do?
He'll follow him.
Lends a hand, huh? Okay. So I mean, I've got to talk to Zurich at some point, but I will not try to pull him aside because that will only bring attention. So I will wait for a moment that Zurich is by himself. Jari has to buy beer, whatever.
Okay. All right. We'll say that there is a moment where you have maybe a minute before Jari returns within earshot. You can make it quick.
So, I mean, please, I don't want to not. I don't want to articulate that I know something that I shouldn't know in game. I did hear though the discussion that Jari did have about treasure.
While you're
Yes.
in the Hall of the Reeve, but not
Yes.
a little bit. You caught snippets of it as he was kind of like talking into his ear, but while you guys are waiting for Mython and Eucaliel to come back.
Zurich.
I
Somebody else is talking about this treasure now.
the same treasure.
I don't know. Supposedly it was a dwarf. It was a dwarf that buried it.
Out by the east gate.
I'm not sure about where it might be buried, but it was a dwarf named Gorlank. Does that ring a bell?
Andrew, does Gorlank ring a bell to
Not
Zurich?
at all.
Nope.
Do you think this Jari could be Gorlank?
Could he be Gorlank? Perhaps. Should we ask him?
Not yet. Let's wait.
It's about this point where Jari has returned. You also see sitting across the common room, Matthew Mugwort, giving you the evil eye as you talk with your compatriots. And he just does this.
I completely meant to go talk to him as well.
Okay.
So Matthew, do you recognize that other dwarf? Not Zurich, not the Mason.
What, that fool of a dwarf that wandered in here the other night? No, I've never seen him before.
He doesn't look familiar at all to you. He should.
Kind of looks
Let's
a little
look
more
close.
closely. No. I never forget a face.
We've got a body to bury. You can come if you like, or you can stay here and relax.
You tell Matthew this?
Yeah.
What do I look like? I'm no one. You go bury your body. Don't involve me in any of that mess. Just tell me when you want to find that treasure. And don't be telling your friends that treasure's for us. Especially that dwarf. I don't like the look of him. Both dwarves, in fact. And a ranger. Don't like rangers.
They like sticking their noses in places. I know that.
They sure do.
Okay. So, yep. Who's up for shovel duty?
Zurich. And I'll volunteer Jari.
I think he volunteers himself. Before we leave the prancing pony, I've lost some health. Can Betsy perhaps patch me up?
How do you lose health?
I don't remember.
You guys
But
all
I
had the
did.
long rest before the trial, and I don't think you have been in combat since then.
Okay.
So
I'm currently sitting at 8.
Okay, so you should be full.
I'm not sure how to do that in this interface.
Oh, you can just click on the tracker, and she should be able to change it right away.
Oh.
All right, so Turk, Zurich, Jari are going to the graveyard. Marigold. It's just Marigold. You wanted to talk to Betsy too, didn't you?
Yeah, but it's not important to the actual game, just character stuff. So
No, just go ahead though. You are here.
no, I just try to get a bit of Betsy's time and when she has a moment between tables and explain to her that, she can't go around saying things like that because, I nearly drove my pony to death and shook my cart apart trying to get that woman here.
So when she hears this, she just puts her tray of mugs on the table and kind of stands in front of you, hands on her hips, and looks at you. So that's your cart there that brought that poor lady in.
Yeah, and I drove it as hard as I could, getting her to her own kind.
And tell me, when you came in here to make deals for your honey and your friends with their leaf, do you not think that perhaps...
Was getting the barber.
Hmm.
How suspicious would it have been if 3 little hobbits all went bounding around looking for one barber surgeon? We found her on the side of a road bleeding out. Someone meant her ill. I got her here as quick as I could, and Turk tried to get her all the help he could. I patched her up on the side of a road. Her blood was on my hands holding those reins.
Can you make a persuasion check for me, please? As you say this, there are a few patrons within earshot that are kind of are obviously listening in on the conversation now too. And you see her face kind of soften a little bit when you say this. I imagine it must have been a terrible fright for you and your friends to find a woman in such a state at the side of the road. And it is fortunate for her that you were kind enough to bring her to breed. But you really should have brought her in right away. I could have made a room for her right away and made her a little bit more comfortable instead of sitting out there in the rain in the back of a cart.
I wouldn't know you from anybody. Turk looked for someone who could help her. As far as we all know, you're just some barmaid for the famed Prancing Pony, with its wonderful hospitality that I would expect would have kinder words for its patrons.
Now, young hobbit, we do take care of those who walk through those doors. And you should know from this point forward that should you run into any problems such as this in the future, where you or your friends or any you may encounter upon the road is weary of travel, perhaps needs a little rest, perhaps needs a little food in their belly or the warmth of a fire, the Prancing Pony will always be here for that.
And with that, Marigold will look up, soften her face, wipe away the fake tear, smile, and say, "Well, I'm so thankful for your hospitality. Please let me know that I can send any post here on its way into Buckland. Thank you."
You're most welcome. And of course, you do have a night's stay still here at the inn, should you need it.
Of course.
Is that all?
I'm sure you have tables to mind.
I certainly do.
And I've got to catch up with my friends.
That's that then. And she picks up her tray and starts to move on through some more tables. Can you make a perception check for me, please?
Can we just assume it will be 3? Oh, why isn't it working? There it goes.
Oh my gosh.
Even worse.
That's
Oh.
crazy.
Oh wow.
Okay. All right. So you're all kind of regrouped. So the two of you, well, 2 plus Jari, are going to the graveyard, and the rest of you are going where?
I am planning on heading up the hill to the schoolhouse. It's late morning, lunchtime. What time is it right now?
Would be about lunch now. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we can catch her on her lunch break.
All right.
So yeah, I'm heading up that way.
Okay. And Mython, I'm assuming you're accompanying Eucalio.
Oh, absolutely.
All right. And Marigold and Goldie?
I'm gonna turn to Marigold and ask, do you want to go with the cart or do you want to go to the school?
I think you and I have both had enough time in that cart the last few days.
I agree. We should go pet Ted though.
Yeah. Let's follow along the lady and her guide.
All right.
See the fabulous sights of Bree.
Mm-hmm.
I thought oh, hold on. Maybe it's here. Nope. Thought I had it. Oh, it's in the handout, I think. So if you look
The map?
in
Yeah.
the map, yeah. Okay. So if you look at the map, you can see the school
Number
is number
12.
12, right at the top of
Yep.
Bree Hill.
Yep.
So 1, 2, 3, the 4 of you start walking up Bree Hill. It's a rather steep incline. And once you are like up above, you do get a very good view of Bree and the surrounding area. You can see off in the distance towards the Shire, past the West Gate, what you think is the edges of Buckland. To the south, you see the road. Hold on 1 second. Yeah. Kind of go through this vale. Yeah, I'll just Mython, you probably know this is the Vale of Arndath, which leads to the Greenway and south towards Laundair and Tharbad.
Okay.
Then there's number 1, that's the East Road, which heads back towards Rivendell, generally speaking. And number 2 is actually on the north side, and that heads north into some communities that lie in that direction. There are other communities around on the. This is the west side of Bree Hill. On the other side of Bree Hill are a couple more communities. There's Staddle, and Archet is in the Chetwood, and then there's another one. Name of it. Excuse me. Anyway, it's a nice view from up here. A nice, clear, sunny day. You arrive at the schoolhouse shortly after noon, to find it closed. School is not in session today for some reason.
Okay. I feel like I wouldn't know when school would be in session or not, being a person of Rivendell. So I'm just like, I guess this is just a day where school is not. So I will go towards the house that is adjoining the school.
Okay.
And knock on the door, I guess, when I get there.
All right. You knock on the door, and you wait. No answer.
Does anything Does anything look suspicious?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay. All right.
Can Mython do that too?
Yep, go ahead.
All right.
Perception check.
And if the hobbits want to do that as well, you're all there. You're free to look around.
Eucalia, what do your elf eyes see?
I know, right?
All right. Marigold, you're not going to even bother rolling.
We see what happens when I roll perception.
Give her a chance.
You never know. Your luck could change. Eucalia, with a 23, you look around. Nothing untoward seems out of place, aside from the fact that the school itself is closed. No answer at the door. The blinds to the home, most of them are closed, but there are some open. You look peer inside, and the home seems to be in very much an orderly state. Whoever lives there seems to be quite tidy.
Okay. When we saw that the school was closed, did we see any like sign on the door or anything?
Yes. In fact, it did say closed for 2 days.
Yeah. The weekend, maybe? I don't know.
It is not the weekend. I checked the calendar. It is not the weekend.
But again, I kind of feel like Eucalia would not really have the concept of like work week and weekend. So she's just like, okay.
And unfortunately, Mython probably wouldn't either. I don't think that the Dunedain have a really strict
40-hour work week.
Work week. Yeah, work week versus weekend distinction.
Yep.
Do the hobbits have any idea about the calendar, Imbri?
Not
the same.
It's very similar to the Shire, the Breeland calendar. They just have different names for the months and whatnot, and they don't celebrate some of the holidays the same, but it's very similar.
So the hobbits would know that it's like the middle of the week and the school shouldn't be closed.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, perhaps we... Where would she be? Don't feel like it would be appropriate to enter the house unwelcome.
Oh. I want to try the door.
You've already gone in?
You try it.
I tried the door.
Is the door unlocked?
The door is locked.
Oh.
Okay.
Is there any wash on the line?
There is not. And as the four of you are like loitering around the house, peering through windows, trying to open the door, you do see a passerby kind of stop. A middle-aged woman stop and kind of look at you. Can I help you? Are you looking for the schoolmistress?
Yes, we are. Do you know where she might be?
Well, she's canceled classes for yesterday and today. She should be back tomorrow.
Is she not at home?
No, she often does this. He's a little odd, that one. She often goes on what she calls field trips by herself. Out into the countryside, God knows where. But she'll be back tomorrow.
Thank you.
Of course.
Perhaps we should, and I turn to the rest of my group, perhaps we should ask at the gates to see which gate she left from. That'll at least give us an idea of where she went hiking. I feel like she was probably heading out to meet this messenger, but that doesn't sound right because from what I know, the messenger is behind schedule, right? Like they were supposed to be through here well by now.
Yeah.
I mean,
why-
she may have been awaiting her in town, and when she did not show up at the scheduled time, then she decided to go out and look for her.
Hmm. Well, then one would assume that she probably would have also head south of Bree, since that's where we knew that she was coming.
It would make sense. Do we want to check the southernmost gate?
Yeah. Let's go ask the guards at the south gate. I'm assuming that they know what the schoolmistress looks like.
Yes, there's only one schoolmistress, and yeah, it's pretty. Everyone kind of knows everyone in this
Knows
town.
everybody. Yeah. Ukaliel also came from a very insular town.
All right. So the east gate. It's actually no, that's not right. So in order to get to the south road out of Bree, you have to go at the west gate. And there's the intersection is outside before you hit town. So that's the way. The east gate, number 2, will go to Rivendell and towards the graveyard. So which gate are you going to? The west gate?
Number 2 is the east gate?
Yeah, number 1 is.
Sorry.
There's
well,
two
let me-
number 1s, though. There's 2 number 1s.
Yeah,
though.
there's one on the east and one on the south, and then number 2 is the ranger's door.
To the west.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The range. Oh, right.
So-
So 2 is the ranger store to the north. The one on the far right of the map,
Uh-huh.
that's the east gate. That goes to
Uh-huh.
Rivendell. The one on
And the
this
one on the bottom?
bottom is the west gate,
Gotcha.
and that
But
was
it's the closest to the south that we can get.
exactly.
Okay. Well, then
Yes.
let's head to the west gate.
All right.
Plus, there's a watchtower on the wall that they might have seen someone leaving town.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So as you four, make your way to the west gate, Turk and Zurg. You're driving the cart with Ted, the body in the back. Jari's kind of with you. And as you are trundling along through town, past near where you live, actually, Zurg, along East Row, Jari just continues to babble in your ear about this treasure. He just will not let it go.
Let it go, man. I told you we will get there.
You arrive at the east gate. The doors are open at this point in time that you can travel freely in and out. You make your way along the east road towards the Chetwood, which you'll pass through a town called. Well, eventually, you'll get to a town called Staddle. Before you get to Staddle, you'll get to the graveyard. The path is pretty clear. Actually, I don't have a map of this one. And by the time you get there, it'll be around 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Mhm.
Now, Zurk, you have made some, as the stonemason in town, you have occasionally been commissioned to make headstones for this grave.
Mhm.
So you know that the front part of the graveyard is the newer part, and the older part is at the far back. And it's quite a sprawling graveyard. Great, just a lot of them are just like heaps in the ground with stone markers. Very simple, but it's kind of spread out over a large area. Is there any place in particular that you want to bury this body?
Off to the side. Very nondescript. Place is not going to attract a lot of attention.
Unhallowed ground.
All right. So the two of you are digging, and Jari sits in the cart watching you.
Oh, really? Okay.
So
So I'll start singing. Oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
He says, I would certainly love to help you, but there are only 2 shovels, and well, I'm not one for physical labor, as you might be able to tell.
As soon as he says that, Zurich will physically grab the shovel out of Turk's hand and toss it to Jari.
Turk, you want
Take a
to
seat,
resist
little
that?
fella.
Yeah, no, I need a break. I need a break, Jari. Come on. Be a dwarf.
Get over here.
He holds
Show
the
us your
shovel,
dwarf.
kind of like not quite sure what to do with it, but he reluctantly gets off the cart and just kind of like digs probably the smallest little scoops of dirt you've ever seen.
Careful you don't get a splinter in those soft hands there.
Oh,
I was just going to say.
I am being very
soft
careful. I'm being very careful. Believe me. These are very delicate hands. Must preserve them for all the masterworks that I produce. But it takes you. This ground is actually remarkably difficult to dig. There are rocks with every time you dig the shovel, the spade into the ground. You're pulling up rocks. So it takes you a couple of hours to dig a grave.
You don't have to go 6 feet down.
How deep do you want to go?
Oh! While they're digging, I'm going to get to the back of the cart and actually start looking for clues, investigating, going through his boots, taking his boots off, looking within his boots. Does he have any secret pouches anywhere? Does he have any tattoos?
Zurich will keep digging 6 feet ground. If there's a job to do, he's going to do it correctly.
All right.
Zurich does not cut corners.
As you are rummaging through this man's now very cold, stiff corpse, you do find another stiletto in his boot. It looks identical to the one that the messenger was carrying.
Zurich, come here and check this out.
All right, I'll hoist myself out of the hole, walk over.
And I'll hold it up. There's another one.
Does it look like the stiletto that Diremok left on the table at Zurich's workshop?
Yep.
I've seen one of those before.
As have I, and I'll pull out the other one. We've got ourselves history.
I think Zurich actually had kept it in his pouch. A little bit of a continuity flub earlier. I think I hid the amulet and the letter in my hearth at my workshop.
At the back of the hearth,
I don't think I had them to show to Gandalf, but we can massage that later.
Yeah, we can rectify that. No problem.
But I think Zurich kept the stiletto in his pouch, so I will pull the stiletto that Diremok left out of the pouch and show it to Turk. We can compare all 3.
Are they all identical?
They are.
So an organization of some sort.
There is evil afoot in Bree.
And as far south as Buckland.
Jari's just kind of leaning over and looking at these stilettos and says, "No, those don't look like very friendly weapons now, do they?"
Murder's implements of murder, not self-defense.
Maybe those rangers aren't doing such a good job.
Can never trust those rangers, I tell you. Bad lot.
Well, let's finish the job at hand and get back. sense in being off in the woods any longer than we have to.
So no tattoos or anything on him?
No other markings, no. As yeah. As you continue your digging, I just have to double check something here. Give me 1 second. It's not bad. And where is user? Wow, okay. Turk. You see that you are not alone in this graveyard. You see a shadowy figure. It's now almost dusk at this point. A shadowy figure on the far side of the graveyard, easily maybe 100 feet away from where you are, in the older part of the graveyard. A cloaked figure moving further back into the farther parts of the older parts of the graveyard.
Can I tell whether we were being watched, or are we seeing this person and they were trying to hide themselves as they were moving through? So were they watching us, I guess?
For this, I'll have you roll a perception check.
Yep.
You can't really tell. It's just some movement that you caught in the corner of your eye initially, and then when you turned to look, you just saw this shadowy figure, cloaked figure, moving off in the distance, away from you.
Okay. So the two dwarves are still digging, making racket.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to sort of pop down, yawn and stretch, and duck down either behind a tombstone or the wagon, whichever is most appropriate, and I'm going to try to sneak up and follow this person.
All right. Zurich, you notice that Turk is kind of wandering off on his own. Is there something you'd like to say or do?
I'll go. I'll go.
Just scoff at the silly hobbit and keep digging. The sooner we get out of here, the better.
Jari pipes up and says, young Master Turk, I dare say I've been digging at this hole for quite some time now. I believe it is your turn.
Keep going, Jari. Keep going.
I'll be right back.
Shut-
I've got a bowel movement to deal with.
Shut your trap and keep digging.
Oh, wow.
And Jari says, I don't see why the Hobbit gets a free ride out of all this. He's just as capable of shoveling as either of us, and you can see him just like frustratedly like pounding away at the dirt, not making much progress at all. You Zurich, are doing 90% of the work here with this hole.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have you make a stealth check.
Yes.
Turk.
Let's see how this goes. This is my best ability. Do I get advantage because it's dusk and getting shadowy, long shadows and such?
Yeah, I'll give you advantage.
And it's not fall, so there's no crunchy leaves about?
No, it is dusk. There are plenty of places to hide, and you are following from a distance. So, all right. Stealthy as stealthy hobbits go. How close do you want to get to this cloaked figure?
Not to the point where close, but not too close.
Tell me how many feet away.
Yeah. Keeping at least 10 gravestones between us. Although I don't know how dense the graveyard
I'll say that's about 60 feet away, and I'll say.
Well, let's make it 50.
50 feet? Okay.
51.
50 feet. You see this cloaked figure moving towards what looks to be an ancient building. at the back of the graveyard. At this point, the graveyard, the headstones are no longer like formed blocks. They're more just like rocks, either from time, they've just been worn down to stumps of rock, and unrecognizable in terms of engravings or anything upon them. And you see emerging from that what looks to be perhaps a tomb of some kind, another shadowy figure.
Two.
Are these human-sized? Am I following a human
They,
or
they
something?
they do seem human-sized, both of them. I'm going to go back to Bree.
Ah. Cliffhanger.
As the ranger, the elf, and the two hobbits make their way to the west gate. You arrive there in short order. It's probably around 1 p.m., early afternoon at this point. The hobbits, your stomachs are starting to grumble since you really haven't had a proper meal yet today. You've missed 3 meals. So, anyway, you're at the gate now. Is there something you'd like to say or do?
I probably have snacks in my pack. We've been snacking.
She does.
And pockets everywhere. There's snacks to be had.
Elves used to eating a single cracker a day are just like, what?
Right?
Those elves and their slow metabolism.
All right. You see a single warden, a gate keeper there. There is an individual, one individual who's in charge of the gate, and because of the recent spate of unnatural deaths in town, they have posted a warden as well at each of the gates.
I think I would approach to ask if they saw the schoolmistress leave out of this gate in the past day or so.
The individual you're speaking to, he's a man about 30 years old. He's got like a 6 o'clock shadow, kind of lanky looking individual. The armor that they give this individual is kind of one size fits all, so it's kind of not really fitting him too well. He knows who you are since you just stood trial for murder.
So he knows I can murder people if I don't get what I want. No.
He kind of looks a little surprised at you and says, you mean Miss Wintermoss?
Yes.
Well, I do know she occasionally travels south for a day or two every once in a while, but I haven't seen her recently. No.
All right. I was told that she was off on one of her jaunts and assumed that she might be heading this way. I will check the other gates.
The warden speaks up and says, it may not be any of my business, but why would an elf from Rivendell be interested in a schoolmistress?
Look out, the wardens are afraid you're picking out your next target.
Elves aren't known for being bloodthirsty. I will just kind of like not sternly, but like very neutrally stare him down for a moment before I just say, we are looking for her because someone under our care said that they needed to meet her.
Of course. Well, Miss Wintermoss, she's an odd one.
So I've heard.
Yeah, she's not from around these parts,
I did not know. Do you know from where?
You can see the warden and the gatekeeper just kind of exchange a look. Can you make either persuasion or intimidation check, please?
I'll go persuasion.
Okay.
I'm trying to do the gossip route, but I'm not very good at it. Okay. Lovely. Persuasion. Okay, here goes. Bad.
Okay. They kind of look at each other for a moment, and the gatekeeper then says, well, word is she's from the Southlands. She arrived in town 5-6 years ago, keeps to herself most of the time, but she does a good job teaching the children, that's for certain. But strange things about her is that people have said they've seen her walk through the South Barrow Downs and through the graveyards at times. Odd one, that lady. I hope she's...
But you said you haven't seen her pass this way in the past few days.
No, not this way, no.
Where would be, if she were heading to those Barrow Downs, which gate would she have left by?
Oh, by these ones, of course. Or you could get to them through the West Gate too. Pass through the graveyard and hit the South Barrow Downs from that direction.
Thank you. I will try that route instead.
She's not in any trouble, is she?
I don't think so. I'm worried that trouble may have found her, but I don't mean her any ill will. And I try not to, smile at that.
They just gulp when you say that. We wish you well on your way, Mrs. Elf, and Ranger, good sir, and of course, Hobbit ladies.
Thank you. You as well.
All right. So where to now?
We should head to meet up in the graveyard with our friends, because apparently that might be the direction she may have traveled.
All right.
I think to make it quickly, can we pick up our horses and take a hobbit each? And
Pick up our horses and throw them as far as we can.
just get on our horses and make our way towards the cemetery, the graveyard.
All right. So you pick up your horses, Nob and Bob, get them out and ready for you as quick as they can. And yeah, it's very easy to have a hobbit in front of you as you ride out. This is probably the first time either of you have ridden a horse, and your stomachs are grumbling quite loudly now. But yeah, your dog is what's way too cute, Doug.
It's time for the nighttime walk. That's why it's bugging me. Gonna have to wait.
All right.
It's pulling on you. It's like, come on, let's go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the two horses, you gallop out the east gate towards the direction of the graveyard. It's going to take you about an hour to get there, even by horseback. Unless how fast do you want to go? Full gallop or just trot, or how fast are you going?
I am concerned for our friends in the graveyard, so I would like to go quickly. What about you, Mython? What do you think?
Yeah, we should make good speed.
Okay.
To meet up with them. There's the hobbits might object. I don't know if their stomachs are grumbling because they just haven't eaten enough, or if because they are getting queasy on horseback. But regardless,
Give them an apple.
I actually do have apples. I can offer an apple.
You remember.
Yeah.
We
I
can
can
just do
offer.
that both.
These are apples from Rivendell. They're way better than normal apples.
This is true.
So yeah,
Yeah.
I can toss an apple to each of them.
Okay. It takes you about half an hour, 45 minutes to gallop there. So you'll be there probably just about the same time that Turk has snuck off to the back of the graveyard. You see Zurich hard at work digging a hole off to one side, and Jari just kind of
Slacking.
standing there, sweating his brow, making all sorts of dramatic gestures, saying, "Oh, this is so much work." And yeah, no sign of Turk though.
I'm gonna go straight to the hole and ask, without looking at Jari, I don't like him. Where did Turk go? If he's not in here with you guys.
Dirk will say that, shh. He scurried off into the bushes and went like this. Told me not to make too much noise. I think he was.
Jari stops as soon as you say, "What the hell do you mean? I thought he went off to relieve his bowels. He's been gone far too long for that."
Shh. Cut it, Jerry. Get back to digging. And then I'll point to the direction that Turk went off in. Kind of close to my chest. I'll point in that direction.
Jari crawls out of the hole and passes the shovel to you, Mython.
Of course he does.
Is he sitting down or is he trying to follow Turk?
Oh no, he just wants to stop shoveling. He just wants Mython to dig now instead of him.
Okay.
So do you take it, Mython?
Crud. I missed that. I'm sorry.
Jari crawls out of the grave that's being dug, the hole that's being dug, and passes you the shovel. He's done with digging. He wants you to continue.
Okay. So we just ride up, and that's the first thing that happens is I get shoved a shovel in my
Pretty much.
in my hand.
Pretty much.
Well,
Jerry is allergic to work.
Yeah,
Yep.
apparently. Fine. He'll just shrug his shoulders and hop down into the little rut in the earth and start digging.
Okay.
I really wish I was good at stealth. Otherwise, I would be like, I will go looking for Turk. But I'm not that good at stealth.
The moment Zurich points whatever direction it is, I'll try to stealthily go that way, try to find Turk and clues or something.
Marigold? Did we lose Marigold too? No, there she is.
No. It's just finding my mute under like all the layers. I'm of the opinion that too many people sneaking off is going to have too many chances to have something go wrong. So I'm just going to stay put and I'll meander about and just kind of keep my eyes open. But let's be honest, I won't see anything.
Okay.
Instead of going myself, when I see Goldie going to head off after Turk, I will ask Fandel to fly high and follow. And if anything looks dangerous, just come back and let me know.
Okay. Goldie, can you make a stealth check for me, please?
You got this.
You can do it.
No, I can't.
All right. So we have Zurich and Mython digging the grave. You're almost done. Jari supervising. Eucaliel instructing her raven to follow after a Goldie who is sneaking through the tombstones towards the back of the graveyard where Turk is apparently. And Marigold, you're hanging back as well. Turk. When we last left you, you saw that cloaked figure approaching this building at the back of the oldest part of the graveyard. And emerging from that building is another cloaked figure. Can you make a perception check for me, please? Very good. This figure that emerges from this building seems to have come through solid stone. The two
So they have cloaks. I can't see faces.
not at this angle, not at this distance, and not in this dim light. The one that you've been following is cloak pulled over their head. The one that emerged from the building, although they look cloaked, there's a different look about it. Their cloak seems to be billowing a little bit more, even though there is no real wind.
So are the feet sort of going like this along the ground?
Who knows?
They seem to be in conversation.
Am I close enough?
You have to come get a little closer.
Of course, I saw that coming. So another stealth check.
Yes, please.
This is going to get interesting. Here we go. Oh,
Nicely done.
better than last time.
How much closer do you want to get?
So that I can try to hear. Are they speaking, or are they? Why would they be whispering if they're alone? So that's hopefully I'll be
They're
able to
just
get
speaking
close enough.
in low voices. You probably have to be within 20 feet to get within earshot of what they're saying. So you're within 20 feet of these two figures, and now you can clearly see that the individual that you're following is human, but the creature that came out of that building clearly is not. And
Ruh-roh.
as you approach, hide behind a rock, try to hear what they're talking about, you hear movement behind you. Kicking of pebbles, crunching of like dried grass. You turn and you see your cousin approaching.
How close?
At this point, Goldie is about where you originally were, 50 feet. So she's 30 feet back from you. When you hear this, the creature that came out of the building turns.
Oh, listen to the music.
Good grief.
And it comes charging at you.
At Goldie?
So we will roll initiative. We do all hear the screeching from the far side of the graveyard. You're still over 100 feet away, so it's going to take you a certain number of rounds to get there. So it'll be initiative. And I'll bring you back to the grave. And go into the tactical mode.
This is exciting.
And you will have to zoom out a little bit.
How do we do that?
Scroll wheel.
No. How do I get into tactical? Oh, the map, the little map thing. Okay, gotcha.
All right, so these are the two individuals over here. Tarek, you are 20 feet away. So I'll put you 5, kind of behind here. These 10, 15, near like here. Goldie, you are 50 feet, so 20, 35, 40,
Sorry.
50. You're back here. It's coming around here, and everyone else further back. Way back here.
So the figures have heard Goldie, not me though, because I believe I was successful. So they're going to be charging at her.
In your direction anyway.
Yeah.
Who am I missing? 1, 2, 3. Who am I missing here? Zerk.
How do you get into initiative? How do I do that?
I have to turn on the initiative tracker. 1 second. There we go. Now you can roll.
Got it.
Nice. Andrew, before we enter into combat, does Tulara have any special properties?
Not that you're aware of.
Okay.
The roll said it gave me a +3 to initiative, but I don't think I have a +3 to initiative. It should just be a straight roll.
It might be because of your class. 1 second.
Okay.
We'll just take it anyway.
Okay.
We'll figure that out later.
Okay.
All right. Mython, you were the first to hear the screech coming from across the graveyard from where Turk wandered off to.
Now, is this a sound that I would recognize?
Likely. You would know that it is likely either like a wraith or a wight.
Okay. Then,
And don't forget, we still have our horses. If you want to like hop on a horse and get closer quickly, I'm assuming.
They are elf-bred horses, so they may be resilient to this sort of thing. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We will definitely set the halflings down if we haven't already, though. Yeah, because we dismounted because I was already.
We all dismounted.
Yeah, I was digging. Okay, so he will drop his shovel and he will jump up onto. Oh goodness, I have it written down. Hold on.
I have mine written down as well.
Bathron. He will jump up onto Bathron and he will kick his heels and set him into a gallop.
All right. I will say at this point you're like 100 feet off this map, and your horse speed is, what is it, 50 at normal, and so 100 dash.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll
Sounds
be just
about right.
So you'll be on the edge of this map at the end of your turn.
Okay.
All right. Zurich, are you still
And,
there? Oh, there you go. Sorry, go ahead.
The reason I asked about Tulara is because once he's up on the horse, he will draw the blade. Okay. And if it has any kind of like mechanical properties, then we're going to find out real soon.
Yes, he will. Mython. Oh, sorry, Zurich.
All right. At the sound of the screech, I will hop out of the hole, take the shovel with me, and run towards the sound.
All right. That's right. You don't have your weapons or armor.
Nope.
I would kind of like like in just speaking, be like, get a horse? Because we've got the horse from the cart, but it's still attached to the cart, and then we have my horse. Kind of wish that Myvon had taken one of you guys with him, but
Yeah.
Late.
All right. So,
Sure, you should have one of the stilettos.
I do. I got a stiletto in my pouch and a shovel, and I'll hop out of the hole. My movement is 25. How far will I get?
50 feet. So it takes you 2 rounds to get the edge of this map. A dash.
Okay, so a dash gets me to where my token is now.
2 dashes.
no,
2 rounds.
2 rounds
Oh, 2
of
dashes.
dashing
Okay.
will get you
All
there.
right. Well then that's my turn. Yeah.
A dwarf running through the graveyard.
Yep.
You just hear Jari yell after you. Be careful, Zorik. Don't go messing with the undead.
I pay no attention.
Where did you leave the box and everything else?
Oh no.
Say it again.
Where did you leave the box?
So was the box with me when I showed Gandalf, or are we going to retcon that I wasn't able to show Gandalf, or I actually had it with me, right?
Yeah.
I keep it on my person.
How? It's a pretty big box.
With the amulet in it. The amulet is in a big box.
Mm-hmm. The amulet in the letter. It's like a slightly larger than a shoebox sized box.
Bigger than a shoebox.
Yeah.
Shit. Let's say it's hidden underneath the cart.
Okay. All right.
So obviously I wouldn't have it on me while I was digging. So if it was with me when we came out to the graveyard, I'll have hidden it underneath, kind of behind the wheel underneath the cart.
Okay. All right.
But
Eucaliel.
at the sound of the scream, I go running.
Okay. Eucaliel?
Okay. I am going to when I hear the screech, I don't even wait for Fandel to return to me. I will turn to Marigold and say, I'm not going to leave you behind. And if she allows me, I will pick her up and put her on the horse.
Okay.
And get on myself. And then, the horse will dash.
Okay. Marigold, do you comply? Or do you consent? Sorry? Is that's a better word? Well,
I'm here. I'm just working stuff out. I'm thinking. I think Marigold would be a little too befuddled with all of the certain, like the spontaneous action and like horses are charging off and lights are screaming. I think she'd probably be a little bewildered for a moment. So if Eucaliel tried to grab her, she might actually just fall to the ground or something out of a start.
Okay.
Okay.
If that's the case, then you're going to lose an action if you want to forcibly try and grab her, Eucaliel.
Okay. So I wouldn't be able to get on the horse, pretty much, right?
You'd be able to get on the horse, but you wouldn't be able to dash this turn.
Dash. Okay. Yeah, I'll do it. It's going to take forever for her to get to everything, and she seemed pretty keen on staying with her cousins before, so I'm going off of that. Okay. So
go ahead. This will be a this will be a contested athletics check if you're resisting at all, Marigold.
Okay.
Okay. Not my greatest, but
mine neither.
Perfectly average. All right.
Unfortunately, Marigold is unable to slip from your grasp, but you can still take your action to mount and move at least.
Okay.
Or-
Yeah. I will just, because I know that danger is ahead and people need my help. So I'm just going to just shake my head and be like, I don't have time for this. And then just get on the horse and ride off.
Okay, so you're going to arrive there same turn as Zurk, but you'll be
Yes.
able to move a little further.
Yes.
All right. Goldie, you see this thing coming for you.
Do I see Turk at all?
Yes, he's hiding behind a rock about 30 feet ahead of you.
Okay. And this thing behind me is a big.
It looks like it used to be some kind of monument or the base of some monument, which has long since been destroyed.
Okay. So without, I'm gonna get my dagger out. And without hiding, hoping that they have just only seen me, I will try to go around. And each of the square is 5 feet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'll try to go around 1, 2, 3. And run backwards.
Okay.
Not dash, but try to. Hold on, I don't see what I'm doing. So it's 10, 20, 30?
Do you have 30 or 25 feet of movement?
I have 30 because I am a messenger. And I have
nice. Okay.
something.
Yep, nope, you're right. You get that extra 5 feet of movement.
Wireless and typed. Yeah, knowing that it was my noise that alerted them, I'm gonna try to, without hiding, but trying to get away from there so Jerk can stay hidden.
Okay.
And, yeah, I don't want to dash in case they don't follow me. So I'm just gonna actually scream for help.
All right.
Be loud and scream for help because there's no way that they haven't heard it.
Okay. 1 second, Turk. I just have to look something up. There we go.
Oh, the map.
Turk, I need you to make a saving throw for me, please.
Already?
Already. You're within. I just have to double check the range. It's a charisma saving throw.
That's not good.
You get
Don't forget you have the advantage.
You have advantage because you're a hobbit. And this would be against getting another shadow point.
Oh no. Oh
All right.
no.
You have another shadow point. And this turn, you cannot move. You have 0 movement.
What about an action?
You still have your action. You just don't have movement. You're like frozen in place.
I noticed I'm tied with the Wraith. So who's going first?
You're
Wraith
going
will
first.
Go first?
You're going first.
I'll go first.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm aware, I'm still hidden. That my cousin has alerted them. Just to go back just a little bit before Goldie stepped on a branch, the low voices. Did I pick up any words at all? Did I get close enough to hear anything?
It sounded like black speech. That very guttural kind of language that you heard Gandalf recite when he read that little passage.
Yeah, I remember now from last session. I said Oshkosh and all that. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to hold my action. Hopefully the wraith will go past me. I will hold my action for the human to go past me, and I will try, if the human is close enough, try to trip the human.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Holding your action for that trip. The wraith will move now. Moves 30 feet. Right beside you, sir. But it
I'm scared. I'm scared.
does not seem to notice you. Its attention is focused on the fleeing Goldie.
Duck and cover. Duck and cover.
How far are you? I just have to make a measurement here. Yeah, Goldie, I need you to make a saving throw to charisma, please, with advantage. Nice. You're good. You hear it screech behind you. A momentary sense of terror runs down your spine, but you let your legs just keep moving. You're just booting it out of there, screaming at the top of your lungs. Marigold.
From the ground, I'm going to try to regain my composure, and I want to know what that shifty bastard Jari's doing, since everyone else seems to be in such a rush.
He's moving to the
Gotta
cart.
steal my amulet.
He's looking for that.
He's got steal the.
He's looking for the box.
Oh my god! I want to kill that guy.
You should have hit him on the side of the head with the shovel while you had the chance.
Yes.
At this point, I'm going to try to conceal myself so that he doesn't notice me and that he thinks I've run off with the rest.
Okay. Go ahead and make that stealth check for me, please.
Okay. Hey, fellow hobbits, honest question. Is it we have advantage on stealth, or we just all have stealth?
You all have expertise on stealth, sorry. So it'll be...
Okay. This will be another +2 on it then.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Oh, wow. All right. Where do you want to hide, actually? I'll give you an option as to where you want to hide here.
He's making his way towards the cart, and yep. I was kind of just in the back with Eucaliel dismounted, wandered a bit between her and the cart, looking into the grave. I'm going to try to drop down and make myself low and work my way around to the other side of the cart, if possible. If it's spoked wheels, then it's spoked wheels. If it's whole, plank wheels, that's even better. But yeah, I'm going to try to keep myself out of his sight so I can see what he's doing, because he's a sneaky bastard that can't be trusted.
All right, you sneak around to the other side of the cart, and these are going to be plank wheels. They're solid wheels.
Awesome.
All right. It is now the cloaked figure's turn. When this wraith goes chasing after Goldie, it starts moving in the opposite direction and ducks behind here into the shadows. Mython, you're at the edge of this map on full gallop. What would you like to do?
Have I spotted the wraith?
You can kind of see it in the distance, and you see Goldie screaming, running towards you with her dagger out.
Full gallop towards the wraith.
All right, go ahead. That you can move 100 feet if you want to dash this turn.
Where do I enter the map? Because we're all kind of grouped down here at the bottom.
Just exactly there. That's the
Okay.
entrance. Yeah.
How do I?
So they have measuring tools here now, so you can.
Yeah, where are they?
You'll see left click, right click, and if you click on one of them, it will give you an option to move, measure. So you can map whatever action you want to either mouse button.
Okay, so I can move another 100 feet,
If you're dashing, yes.
which would take me to. Oh, there's no ping. Well, it would take me to here.
Okay, full dash.
Yeah. And yeah, Goldie just sees like this horse, the stallion looming up out of the darkness with a man on top and a gleaming sword drawn, and he just like bolts right past you.
Nice. All right. Zurich, you're running again as fast as your little legs will carry you.
Yep. Full
you
hero,
end-
full hero mode toward the explosion.
All right. You end this turn at the edge of the map, right where your token is.
Okay.
All right. Eucalio, you'll have 50 feet of movement if you're dashing on your horse to continue on into this map.
Okay. So, whoops, nope, that's not what I meant to do. Why is it moving funny for me now? Okay. So, no. Why is it not targeting where I want it to target? All right, well, we're going to have to do it from there. Okay, so 50 feet. What is that? Well, I guess that's how far I'm going. So, yeah, I will. Ironically, my token is so far to the bottom that it's like obstructing. It's obstructed by the stuff. I can't pick it up.
Oh, I'll move. You want to move 50 feet towards the thing, right?
Yes, like the diagonal towards that direction. Yeah.
50 feet. I'll put you there. Okay, I got you.
Thank you.
You're right there.
All right. Yeah, and that's my turn.
All right. Goldie, you see Mython gallop past you with his brand new elvish sword drawn, and you see Eucalio galloping up towards you as well. Nope. Did we lose Goldie? Oh, you're still there. Okay.
No.
Okay.
I'm just thinking how much of an impediment would it be to someone who's shooting an arrow from on top of a horse if I were there too?
Are you just gonna go to Eucalio? Up.
Yeah, I mean, like, if it looked like she was running towards me, I would hold a hand out to like pull her up. Like if she wants to be up on the horse. I tried getting somebody up on a horse earlier, and they didn't seem to want to, so I'm a little reluctant.
So if she was holding on to Eucaliel's back, that would be a lot better than if she was sat in front of her for arrow shooting purposes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm like.
I don't know. She's tiny. She'd be like,
Yeah.
not even mid chest. Probably. I could still draw a bow.
Okay, actually, are seeing Mython running back, which I'm trying to think if we know his real name or we just know Stillgazer. I'm just gonna you just see Eucalio, you just see me and just like turn around and run to these rocks here. 30 feet.
Okay.
30 feet. And are they taller than me?
The rocks?
Yeah.
You'd have to crouch down a little bit.
I shall do that. I'm not gonna scream this time though.
Okay.
But I'm just gonna run that way and try to see what's going on.
Okay. Sure. This creature is right beside you, does not seem to know that you are there.
So I could do a stealth attack.
Mm-hmm.
Although
You would
I
have
don't have
advantage. You would have advantage on your attack.
I don't have a magic weapon though. But I could try using the stiletto in case it does have some.
You try.
Because the slingshot's not going to do. I'm not, okay. Oh, what the hell, man? In for a penny, in for a pound. Let's try the stiletto.
All right. You pull a stiletto out and try to poke it. Go for it. You have advantage.
In the calf.
You have advantage on this attack.
Okay, so I'm going to click on dagger attack melee.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see. Now I can drag up for advantage. I got it.
All right. You hit with the 23. You do make contact with something. And it screeches out in pain as you do so. It does take damage, but it is halved. It's resistant, but not immune to your attack. You've done 2 points of damage to this thing.
Oh, shit.
And it now knows you are there. Anything else you would like to do, Turk?
So 5e rolls. It knows I'm there, so if I try to leave, it's not going. It'll get a free attack on me.
Yeah.
Is there any way to get the stone between me and it?
No.
Oh, can I? I can move through it, little hobbit size. Can I sort of try to, since it's turned now? Can I go? Well, it doesn't really have legs, does it?
You can try and duck underneath it or around it quickly. That's if you want to get on the other side of it. Is that what you're trying to do?
That's what I'm going to try to do.
All right, yeah, not a problem. You can do that. Shift around to the other side.
So something like this, then.
Okay. All right. So Turk, you pull out your stiletto, and as you dash around this ghostly figure, its cloak more like wisps of smoke than anything else, you do manage to make contact. It screeches out in pain and whirls towards you. It is now its turn. And its wrath is focused on you. It lets out a terrifying screech once more. I need you to make another charisma saving throw with advantage. Mython, you have to make a charisma saving throw too, please. And so do you, Goldie. Oh my god. Eric, you got another point of shadow. Mython, you're okay. Goldie, you are okay. You are again frozen in place, and it will attack you. All right, so I'm just gonna ignore the second part of this attack. It just makes the one attack. So what is your armor class?
Um,
Should be better than 9.
Yes, 14.
Okay, so it's reaches out with a ghastly claw, tries to rake off your face and misses you as you duck beneath its reach. And that is its turn. Mary,
The last thing I do is yell out, "My God!"
Marigold? I should describe to you what you see. Jari is now at the cart. He knows exactly where that box is. And he's
Never
ducking,
gonna find out.
and he's ducked underneath it, and he's just pulled the box out from underneath the cart, and he's looking to get on top of the cart to start driving it away.
I hope Gandalf turns him into a frog.
How is Ted?
Would be better.
Like, I could just cut Ted's reins, right?
Yeah, you could probably just do it, like sabotage the reins or whatever is holding the.
Yeah, whatever harness or whatever. Like,
Yep,
I mean, it's
yep.
my damn cart and it's my damn tack. Yeah. I'm gonna take a second to undo the snap on my camp knife sheath, and then get a decent-sized palmable rock, and then I'm going to, hopefully, staying still, moving underneath the cart, I'm gonna undo Ted's tack.
Okay.
And if that's too much, I can skip the rock.
Can you make a stealth check for me, please, just to make sure
For
that
sure.
you can stay out of sight of. All right. Yes, you do this very stealthily.
I'm good at something.
So you managed to undo Ted. So as Jari is up on the cart, and he's trying to giddy up the Ted, and realizes that the things that are holding on to the the tack just kind of just falls, and the whole cart just kind of lurches forward as Ted is now free of it. He's wondering, what the hell? He still doesn't know what's going on because he does not see you. And you're able to pick up the rock, but you won't be able to attack this turn because you did undo the attack.
Okay, thanks so much. Yeah.
All right. My fun.
All right, let's see what this baby can do. He is going to. Well, let's make this dramatic. So he's going to have Mathron vault whatever that is, their rocks or whatever, and land next to the wraith, and then take a whack at him with. Can I not use that like a weapon?
Yeah, we don't have it in your inventory yet, so just go ahead.
I do. No, it's already in there. I added it in.
Oh, you did? Oh,
yeah,
you have to add an action to it as well as the item. So in this particular case, you are proficient with it, so you add your proficiency bonus plus your strength bonus, and you'll have advantage.
It should have set it up though, because I initially created it as a sword, and then I just modified the name.
Oh yeah, hold on, let me see. Do you have it equipped?
I do.
Okay,
and it says it's item type weapon type longsword.
It is equipped. Actions. Oh, it might just be appearing as longsword, one-handed attack, two-handed attack, or did you change the name of the action? Yeah, I see at the bottom. You have to scroll down. It's probably the ones at the bottom. This is longsword 1H attack, longsword 2H attack.
Oh, okay. I'll fix that later.
Yeah. So it'll be a one-handed attack with advantage. Oh. It's a swing and a miss. But you do notice that as you are approaching this wraith, the sword itself started to glow a brilliant golden color, almost like the color of sunlight.
Interesting.
But do you want to end your movement there as well?
Okay, so since I still have movement left, I think what I'll do is I will bring like Bathron around so that he is interposed between the Wraith and Turk.
That's going to be difficult. They're right beside each other.
Can I I don't know, can I use Bathron to kind of hip check him out of the way?
And that would be in a separate action to
Okay.
do that. So unfortunately, this turn, since you've attacked, you can only move wherever you want.
Then I'll just stay put because this at least keeps the Wraith flanked.
Okay.
Assuming we're using flanking rules, are we doing that?
Yep.
Okay.
Zurich. You are now on the map. You have 50 feet of movement if you dash.
Yep.
You can basically get up to where Eucalil is, I think.
See if out here would be here. Dash to there.
All right.
End of turn.
Yep. All right. Eucalil. You see Zurich run up beside you.
Okay. Question.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I grew up in a library and I've read a lot of books, and I even brought books with me about the dangers of the areas that I was going to be in. Do I know enough about wraiths to know that, they have this fear effect close to that? That you have to stay away from them?
Yeah, you do. You would know that.
Okay, then because I have a really horrible charisma save, I am not going to get anywhere as close to these things. So I am just going to move to here.
Okay.
So that I have, would you say that I have a good line of shot?
Yep.
Across the rocks? Okay.
Yep.
So from here, this is within the 80 feet of range that my short bow has. I move over here and I go to attack with the short bow.
Alrighty, go for it.
Okay, attack. Do I want to do anything with it? No, I want to save my rhymes of lore because I haven't gotten them back yet. Okay. Seriously? I've used the short bow twice, and I've crit both times.
That is awesome.
All right.
It's a special bow. Your dad gave it to you.
Seriously. Unfortunately, it is resistant to that, so it does take 4 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right, and that's my turn.
Okay. Goldie, what would you like to do?
Do I'm not gonna be able to distract it though. Do I see Turk being affected? Like, do I understand what happened
Yeah.
in the cart?
Yeah, you see the same effect. Overcoming Turkey he's in a bit of trouble.
Okay. And ooh. I'm gonna go 30 feet here. I'm gonna dash and shove, right?
Dash and
shove Turk out of the way so he can run.
okay. Technically, they're both actions, dashing and shoving.
Okay.
It's not like Baldur's Gate 3 where you can shove anyone around. Yeah, they're. Yeah, you would not be able to shove him. You can move up to him, but you would not be able to shove him.
Okay. Then I'll move up to him, which would be part of my dash. And I'll just try to. Are you left-handed or right-handed, Turk?
Right-handed, sure.
Okay. Then I'm on your left side, so I'll grab your left hand. And just ready to pull you away. I don't have strength, but I'll try. When is my next turn?
Okay.
And I'll just try to encourage you. I don't know what that's gonna do. But
all right, sir.
Just be there.
You're up.
I don't. I mean, I've read that paragraph. I didn't fail the saving throw by more than 5. So
No, you did not.
Okay, so I've taken the shadow point, and I can do as required.
Yep. You're not stunned.
Next. I'm sorry.
You're not stunned.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to dodge.
All right. So it'll have disadvantage on its attack on you.
Yes, but I will still be causing flanking.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So you keep your ground, but attempt to avoid any blows that might come your way. The Wraith. Upon you arriving, Mython, with his glowing sword, Dawnbringer, it reacts to that sword. Even though you did not strike it with it, it does not like it. It is disengaging and retreating. So I have to see how far it can go. All the way back there.
So we get free attacks?
No, it spent its action
No.
to disengage.
Oh, I see.
And moves back towards this building. It's not entered it just yet, though. Does not have enough movement. But it is seeming to be retreating. Marigold. You see Jari jump out of the cart and attempt to reharness Ted to the cart frantically.
While he's distracted, I'm going to try to creep on his back. I'm going to put my camp knife over one of his kidneys. And I'm going to tell him to go have a seat. And if he moves a muscle in any other damn way, I'm putting that rock upside the back of his head.
Hey, can you make an intimidation check with advantage, please?
Scared the heck out of him. You came out of nowhere.
Nice. Oh my gosh. Marigold saves the day.
All right. He just freezes in his tracks and just, where the hell did you come from? And he just kind of doesn't move.
Busted.
I was just getting
Have
the
a
cart
seat.
ready for our hasty escape should we need it.
On your arse.
He sits down and still up, just kind of squats down, cross-legged now. Honestly now,
Toss it away.
You are a
Toss
reasonable
it
hobbit.
away.
He kind of, the box was on his lap. He just kind of reaches down and just puts it off to one side.
Good. And I'm going to stand there with the camp knife. I guess it would be, he's sitting, so that'd still be like a lung. And I'm going to keep the rock hauled back to, like, take that swing if I need to.
And he's just like, young miss, there's no need for any of this. I was simply keeping the box
Not
safe.
a thing. I have given up on everything my family and my community built me for on trust of these people and of loyalty. You are not going to break that.
He continues to deny your accusations. Young miss, you must seriously misunderstand. I was simply keeping it safe for my friend, my good, dear friend Zurich. Simply keeping it safe, getting it ready and out of harm's way.
Shut up. Just be quiet. Just shut up. They'll be back.
Got natural 20 with that intimidation.
He shuts up pretty quickly. And Mython, you have one last chance to use your sword if you like.
Oh yeah. All right, hold on. Okay. Damn straight. Finally.
Okay. Can you describe this attack? Because with it, you have destroyed this wraith.
Okay. Yeah. As soon as the wraith starts running away, I kick Bathron with the heels to get him to chase after, and I run this thing down and I slash it across its back with the gleaming blade of Tulara, and I assume that it lets out one last plaintive screech, and then it appeared to have like robes and stuff, right? You said that they were kind of flowing unnaturally, even though there's not really a breeze.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just say that like those collapse into a pile, and there's like kind of a bluish white mist that just rapidly dissipates into the air.
All right. And you notice that as Tulara sliced through the back of this fleeing wraith, the radiant damage done by it is actually what destroyed this creature, more so than the blade itself. Because it's almost as if the light kind of dissolved and ate away at this apparition before you until it was, as you mentioned, just this blue mist kind of disapparating across the graveyard, and it is now gone.
And just for future mechanical purposes, how much was that radiant damage? Because I can add it. I can add it to the action. So
what happened here is that because it is a radiant sword, the bane of the undead, it is vulnerable to this weapon. So it took double the damage. It took 20 points of damage.
what I'm saying is that like is it, does it normally do radiant damage, or is it doing
No.
slashing and then an additional radiant?
No, it does not do additional radiant. It is the fact that it is against undead.
Okay.
And
Gotcha.
versus undead, undead are vulnerable to this blade.
Gotcha. Cool.
So, you find yourselves in this graveyard. The mysterious cloaked individual, no longer to be found. The wraith that it was conversing with lies dead. What remains of it, anyway.
Well, the only
it just a
person who
pile of
knew that
ash?
there was a cloaked individual was Turk.
This is true.
So is it just a pile of ash?
Not even really. It's just more like clouds of nothingness now, just kind of gone.
The location that it came from, is there an opening?
There is a door.
What do you think, guys? This is how the hobbits ended up getting all their loot in the in the beginning.
Well, at the very least, I will rush up on the horse and let Turk and Goldie know that we think that our school teacher might have come this way. Have you seen anyone other than this wraith?
There was a hooded figure, but I saw no face. They spoke the black language.
Where did they go?
To the shadows. Of course, I was a little occupied.
I'll search around.
But I do know where the wraith came from.
Do we see any, like, because this is like a barrow or a tomb? Does it have any marking to say who was laid to rest there?
It'll be 2 checks. First of all, perception check. See if you can find
Okay.
anything on this tomb. Anyone who wants to search can search. You're all there.
So I have a question. Because I have shadow lore, I get advantage on hunting or perception checks. Oh wait,
Okay.
no, it's only against my favorite foe. I thought it was against creatures of shadow in general. Never mind.
19.
My bad.
All right. You both actually managed to see there are what looks to be very faded writing on this tomb. Written in what is the language? 1 second. Here we go. Adunaic.
Really?
Do not know that language.
That's Adonaic is that's the language of the high men of Numenor.
Yeah. So I see them. I cannot read them.
Would Mython have any knowledge of it?
Do you know Adunaic?
No, but I mean, like, might he recognize at least like the characters?
Yeah, you do know that this. Make a history check with advantage for me, please, or old lore. Sorry.
Old lore. Yeah.
Okay. With advantage, you said?
Yep.
All right, let's see if this works. Okay, I'm gonna have to roll it again. It's still not giving.
17. That's still good enough. You know enough that if this is a tomb of an old Numenarian, this is indeed ancient, and it was likely somebody important. And the fact that they have come back as a wraith, it's not a good thing.
Yeah, I will relate that to you, Kaliel.
Perfectly understated, Andrew. It's not a good thing.
Well, I feel like Eucaliel knows better than to kick around inside somebody's barrow, so like I would rather go searching for this cloaked figure, but I'm not gonna stop anybody from kicking around in the barrow. I just don't want to be involved.
We should definitely, like, Mython agrees that we should look for the cloaked figure.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody who wants to start searching for this cloak figure can make a hunting check for me, please.
Okay. I am going to use my last rhymes of lore to wait a minute. What? Oh, that was for something else. Yeah, I'm gonna use my last rhymes of lore to help Mython with his hunting check.
Okay, what would that add?
D6.
A D6. Okay.
And I will, because that's only a bonus action for me to do that, so I can still do my own hunting check.
So that's a 19.
19 for Mython, 13 for Turk.
Yeah, I'm not good at hunting, but I whispered you a nice little ballad about hunting.
Okay. Mython, you start tracking around where Turk. I'm assuming you tell Mython where you last saw the cloak figure disappear. You're able to track the individual for a little while anyway. And you can notice two things with the 19. One, it is a woman. Just based on the size of the foot and the weight in the ground, it is most likely a woman. Secondly, it is heading back towards Bree.
That's our school teacher.
Yep.
And I think Eucalio feels like a sudden dread that when they get back to town that the messenger isn't going to be there anymore. So she's just like, dig through whatever you want. We need to get back to Bree.
I mean, Mython can start chasing after this individual on horseback. I'm sure he will quickly catch up.
That's true. Yeah, Eucalio's fine with that. She'll just say, like, try not to kill her. We need to know what's going on. I know the hypocrisy of what I'm saying.
Yeah. Don't worry, I won't use my bow.
Good. Lethal weapons, bows.
All right. Mython, so you're going to continue trying to track this individual down?
Yes.
What are the rest of you doing?
Are you guys gonna look through the... I don't have a problem with you guys looking through the barrow. Eucalio's probably gonna, like, stand guard.
I got to admit, Turk is a curious little hobbit. He's gonna stand outside, but at least look in.
Okay, I will tell you this much: disturbing a burial site would cost you a shadow point.
That's
Oh,
what I was
okay.
thinking. I was like,
Yeah, you're effectively being a grave robber, and that's not. Yeah, that's not a hobbit-like thing to do.
I don't need another shadow point at this point.
All right, but you can't look through because it's a solid stone door. You'd have to actually open it.
yeah, it's not actually open. Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't my plan. That's
Okay.
right. Yeah, it came through the
Came
wall, right?
through. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So my bad.
All
All
right.
right. Well,
So the rest
yeah.
of you, do you want to head back to?
Head back to the cart, I think,
Okay.
first. Pick up the rest of our crew.
Yeah.
But
Well,
find out what happened to Jari.
Yeah.
well,
That's what Zarek does.
well,
He,
you
three
funny sight
straight
reading it.
dashes. He's catching his breath, so he's heading back.
Well, describe what they see, Marigold, as they return to the cart.
Oh, thank you, Goldie. Thank you, Goldie, so much for coming to try to get me out of that bind. I really appreciate it, by the way.
I think I'm the one who put you in that bind first. I'm sorry, Turk. I'm just.
It's okay, cousin. We got rid
hungry.
of it.
That's cool. Are you
So
okay?
sorry, Anna, I didn't hear you speaking still.
Oh, sorry, no. Just gonna have a little chat along the way.
Yep.
So as the rest of the group starts making their way back, there'll be the first thing that'll be noticeable as a miss is that Ted will have kind of wandered off and is nibbling at some brush about the graveyard. And as they look back to where he should be, Jari is sitting cross-legged, hands up, with Marigold's little head popping out from over his shoulder, a rock tensed up like she's a major league pitcher ready to conk him on the head. And she's probably in tears, probably still screaming at him to shut up if he keeps mumbling.
All right. No, he's actually not mumbling. When you told him to shut up, he shut up.
Oh,
Natural
I
20.
forgot. And then the gilded, it's not gilded, the silver rot box is tossed and up a little bit from him, like an arm's reach or so away.
When he sees you all approaching, Jari calls out to you, Zurich. Zurich, friend, can you please call off your guard dog here?
You. And I'll put the point in just enough to let him know that I'm serious.
Right. He shuts up again.
Zurich quickens his gait as he realizes what's happening, and basically speed walking straight to the cart.
I was just keeping it safe.
You all ran off, and then he was gonna leave, and everyone was leaving, and he grabbed the box and wanted to take Ted away, and no.
She's lying. She's lying. Now, why would I do that? I swore an oath to you, my brother, my kin. I was simply protecting what was yours.
Did he swear?
Lie.
Did he swear? Zurich?
I don't. I wouldn't trust him even if he did. Zurich will look Jari in the eye and say, "I'm going to ask you one more time. Were you going to ride off with this box and leave us here?"
Of course
Answer
not.
yes or no.
That's
All right, Zurich will
certainly no.
Insight would very much like to assess the validity of that statement using his insight abilities.
All right, go for it.
While you're taking care of that roll, Marigold is going to take a step back, put her camp knife away, and probably crawl back into the back of the cart and just sob to herself.
With the corpse that is still back there too.
It's more comfortable than the idea that I may have killed someone.
All right.
Yeah,
Zorik doesn't have all the oxygen going to his brain. I have a +3 on that, so that was actually a roll of a 2. So Jerry gets away with another one this time.
my dear friend, where was I going to go? Honestly, I was simply keeping it safe, making sure no brigands would come by. You know that this is a very dangerous place to be. I thought I was left here all by myself until this miscreant poked me in the back with her knife, held me at knife point. I don't know if you can trust these hobbits. They're not as good folk as you think they are.
You've given us no reason to trust you. So you best just hold your tongue.
And he kind of looks a little exasperated at this point, but he just looks at Jesus. Listen, I do not think you understand the gravity of the urgency of finding this treasure. I do it not for myself. I do it for you. I do it for our kin. I do it for Harmelt.
My connection to Harmelt ended with my father. Maybe I'll get back there someday, but for right now, my companions, we must see this through.
And indeed you must, and I am simply trying to assist in that matter. I do not think you or your companions understand who you are up against.
Do you understand? And if so, why haven't you told us?
I have been trying to tell you. But I do not trust your companions, ones who would stick a knife in my back when I was simply trying to protect what was yours.
Jerry, you fool. She's the one that brought us this box. Brought me this box.
And can you trust her? No.
Trust her more than I trust you.
Perhaps there is something else in that box that she did not tell you about, that she's keeping for herself. Have you thought of that?
Ah! You're talking riddles, you fool. Zurich will take the box, put it under his arm, and turn his back on Jari. Enough of his nonsense. And I'll take the box under my arm and set the shovel down next to the hole, however deep it is. And with my other arm, I'll drag the dead body into the hole. Finish the job.
All right. And he just kind of calls out to you and says, "You're a fool. You do not know what you carry in that box. You do not know what is hunting you. You put yourself and all your so-called friends in danger. And
Trust
you
is
will
earned. Trust is earned. Zurich will mutter as he walks away from Jari.
What do the rest of you do when you see this little exchange?
I mean, I'm interested in plying him for more information. So I think on our way back, because after the battle was over, Feyendel was somewhere nearby, I would have sent Feyendel to follow Maidan in case, that way I know where Maidan has gone. Not that I can track Fandale, but you know what I mean. But after Zurich kind of like walks away from the exchange, I will just approach Jari and just say, well, if it's so important that we understand what danger we're in, please tell us.
My loyalty is to Zurich, and Zurich alone. If he does not
I
want to
am
hear
not
my words,
attempting to betray Zurich.
I do not know that. I thought hobbit folk could be trusted, and yet I had one's knife stuck in my back just a moment ago. So no, I do not trust you. I do not trust rangers. I do not trust elves. I trust my kinsfolk.
So because you don't trust any of us, except for him, and because he doesn't want to talk to you because he doesn't trust you, you're going to be willing to let all of us, yourself included, die?
Well, I don't know about me.
Well, you
And
seem to be
certainly,
following him wherever he goes.
Zurich will come around. I'm sure of it.
But will he come around in time?
Well, perhaps you can convince him, or I cannot.
I could, if you give me something to work with.
Do you have a piece of parchment?
Of course. And I just tear a page out of my journal and hand it to him.
And the pencil or something I can draw with?
Yes. And I hand him a pencil.
All right. And he starts sketching something. This is the parchment here. Whoops. First, it's just a bunch of lines that he's kind of sketching about. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. I don't know if you guys can see this, what I'm revealing. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
All right. This is who brought the gift to Harmelt.
What the
Do
heck?
I recognize that in any way?
I know what it is, but I can't say.
Can you make an old
how
lore
do I-
check?
Okay.
How do I get to see it?
You should all be able
Make
to see
sure
it.
that you're on tactical view.
Yeah, tactical
Yeah,
view.
I see sketch of the visitor written across the top,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just a black.
Make
Uh,
sure you're in tactical, not story mode.
Yeah, no, I am.
Your background, if you zoom in and out, the image, you can pan it around, so it might be off to your screen in one
Oh,
direction or
yeah.
another, and you might have to zoom in or out.
Yeah, because it is a small image compared to the other one. Okay, where is my old boy? There it is. Okay, just a straight roll, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Nice.
I didn't grow up in a library for nothing.
You see what he has sketched, and horror fills your body. The dread washes over you. You recognize it immediately as the Mouth of Sauron.
Yep. The halfling was dear to the IC.
So you say this thing gave that object to your people?
I'll say no more until I have a chance to speak with Zurg.
Can I have this sketch?
By all means.
And I will take it,
I-
quickly fold it.
Okay. Mython, in order for you to track and hunt effectively, you cannot be on horseback. So you're gonna have to dismount and follow the signs and hunt and track that way. So you won't be able to like gallop off. So you can still make good time, but you will have to do it on foot.
All right.
Can you make 2 checks for me, please? One more hunting check and a separate perception check for me, please. All right. And can you tell me, are you trying to move stealthily through? There's not much cover in this area. It's pretty bald, open hills. But are you trying to be stealthy at all in your movement, or just more focused on catching up to this individual?
I am focused on catching up. However, we are currently in Arthedain, right?
Yes.
And that is one of my warded lands.
Okay.
So I do believe I get bonuses for this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Here. Says my proficiency bonus is doubled
So you get
to
another
intelligence or wisdom related checks in my warded lands. So I should both of those should be increased by another 2. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
16 and 20. All right.
It says I can move stealthily at a normal pace,
Okay.
and I am not affected by difficult terrain.
All right. Can you make a stealth check for me then, too, please?
Yes. Watch me roll bad on this one. It's not too bad. It's not the best.
All right. I just shared the sketch in your handouts. You should see it now.
Yeah.
With that. Okay. So here's what happens. Night is falling. It's getting late into dusk at this point. You're still able to follow the trail as it makes its way through the south side of the east road back towards Bree. At one point, it crosses the road, and you follow it through the edge of the Chetwood. When the cloaked figure steps out in front of you, it throws back its the hood on its cloak, and standing before you is a woman. She holds in her hand a stiletto. Why are you following me?
Mylon has his hand on his sword hilt, but he hasn't drawn it yet. And he will say, one of my companions spotted you conversing with a creature of shadow and then fleeing from the scene. I must know who are you and what were you doing in it was the cemetery, right?
Yep.
Or okay, so what were you doing in the cemetery?
That's absurd. I'm a school teacher.
What was the name? The name that we got from the wounded messenger.
Orla.
What's that?
Oh,
No. The name that she gave, like we got the name of
Wintermoss.
Wintermoss. Yes,
Yeah,
she will
which is
say,
her last name.
Yes, you were Wintermoss.
I am indeed. I am the schoolmistress. And if you are here to burglar me, then I shall warn you, I do know how to use this. As she brandishes the stiletto.
I'm sure you do, madam,
I-
but I cannot let this matter go. As I said, a companion of mine saw you, if not speaking to, then in very close proximity to a dangerous creature, and I must ask you to come with me now.
I'm afraid that won't be possible.
This wasn't a request. It was. I stated it as a request, but do not mistake my meaning.
She smiles at that. And then will lunge towards you with her stiletto. And we'll begin.
Okay.
That's where we'll end tonight.
That was awesome. This is awesome. This is so great.
Getting into a fight with a school teacher.
Hey, I didn't start the fight. I gave her, just like the last time, I gave her the opportunity to come peacefully, and she just.
We all know she's a school teacher assassin. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Yep.
Are you going to be riding back on your horse with another head? Pretty soon.
Yeah.
Nah.
I sure hope not, because I told you to take her alive.
All right.
I just think it's interesting that she had a stiletto, though. There's an awful lot of those going around suddenly.
Well, that's what somebody said. They were like, they're part of an organization.
Uh-huh.
We need to find out what that organization is.
Yep.
Like, does it actually have a name, or is it just like we're just the local chapter of the Friends of Shadow?
Hey, the Mouth of Sauron's already been walking around. Wow.
I know
Yeah.
that's crazy, right?
That's pretty
Yeah.
frightening.
Yep.
All right, so we'll meet again in 2 weeks. Any questions or comments from tonight's session that you guys want to talk about now, or we can just meet up in a couple of weeks?
Oh, I wanted to ask Jory about. Actually, it's funny. I was going to on the way to the cemetery. I was going to recite something. I was going to come up with a limerick, just sort of a very casual kind of thing. There
Okay.
once was a dwarf named Gorlak, whose hair was long and Gorlank. Is it lank? Gorlank.
Gorlank, yeah. G-A-N-C.
Lank means just
His
kind
beard
of like.
was long and lank. He tried and he muttered, and then he just shuddered, and I don't know the rest. But I wanted to see what Jory's reaction was by mentioning the name Gorlank.
I'll have you roll an insight check for me, please, as you're trying to gauge his reaction.
Oh, boy, I
Oh,
haven't.
man.
Yeah.
Stone-faced,
Oh, well.
man. This guy's... I mean, I don't know why you guys keep trying to, like, poke holes into this guy. He's been nothing but honest
He's
with you guys.
extremely
No, no.
suspicious.
Oh, yeah,
I know.
He's shifty as F.
He is
But he-
like the worst, and by that, the best used car salesman ever.
I know. I know. I was gonna say he is in
Used pony salesman.
NPC Hall of Fame here, Jari. How many sessions are we in now? I still don't know if I can trust this guy.
Yeah.
And I was convinced that he was going to get in that cart and drive away and steal the amulet. And then he came up with a story. No, I was just trying to save it. And I swear there's like 1/10 of 1% of me that's like, well, maybe that's a plausible story. He was just trying to like save the amulet. Like that's a plausible story.
And then you
Right?
rolled a 5.
Yeah. So I kind of bought his story. I don't like the guy because I find him extremely annoying, but it's a pretty plausible story. He was just trying to get the MacGuffin to safety.
Kaliel does not believe him because of the exact thing that she said, where she's just like, if you're so worried for the safety of yourself and your kinsmen, you would not be withholding information.
Yeah. But Marigold saved the day, I think, with
Yeah.
Let's
the
hear
way
it
she
from
handled
Ari.
Jari. Yeah,
Woo.
that was awesome.
But Jari wasn't going anywhere. He was just gonna keep it safe.
Yeah,
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
He was gonna ride off into the sunset with that.
Yeah.
Wink,
We'd spend the
wink.
next 8 sessions trying to track him down.
Okay, cool.
Awesome session, though. Really awesome story. This is great. I love
Yeah.
All right.
Thank
Everywhere
you.
we stopped, we would be like, "Have you seen a really annoying dwarf?
Yeah, right.
like shifty and sus and
An unusually skinny and annoying dwarf.
Soft hands.
Loquacious.
Yeah.
Soft
Sorry.
hands.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, if any of them knew that he had soft hands, he had gotten way too close to their valuables. For you to be able to see that his hands are soft, he's already stolen you out of house and home.
It's getting such a bad rap, man. Oh my gosh. All right. Good night, guys.
Good night.
All right, see y'all.
Bye.
Thank you. Great game, everybody. Thanks.
Y'all have a wonderful
Good
night. Thank you so
Bye.
much for the great session.
Bye.
Bye.